Peace. SW, you at the end of that is man. You talk about when we went into the comment section. When we went into the stage left. You talk about when we went into the to the comment section. Yeah, I was compelled to leave a little comment. But we back. We it looks like we in the home stretch. I got it queued up over here. We had 346 out of 417. So this looks like what, 40 minutes here? 30 minutes. So you got about 30 minutes left, Hopefully this will be a little smoother than it's been so far. We can tell from the way the alerts is going out right now that YouTube don't appreciate this topic too much. Of course, one problem is that he has all this music playing. So you get copyright hit for that. So that could be one, being that I've been doing that for the last two lives. It's possible that they not sending my alerts out with the same fervor there. You gotta hit the like button, I guess. So you get some people up in here, because the With It Up Miss crew, the bar was the signs. Yeah, we just about to get into the final stretch of this here presentation from Omar Shabazz. This channel is let's see here. The Shabazz Production is the name of his channel. This is the Fire Alarm, the Clarence 13X story. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're going to be winding it down, and this is supposed to be, I think, his grand finale. That if you recall in the beginning, he said that you was going to hear some things that may sound anti-father. So I mean, that is all. I mean, you couldn't be saying that to people that's not 5%ers. Because, how would they even but in the beginning, he made one of those statements, the non-apology, pre-apology. You know how when somebody they send us off and they say, don't take this the wrong way, but no disrespect, but so he kind of started out there, by saying, you needed to have some intestinal fortitude to watch this. And, you might hear some things that sound anti-father, but listen to the end. So I suppose that, we're about to hear, maybe something that might, well, I don't know if it could change my mind about much. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of you know, how entertaining I thought the film was just as a film, you know, how accurate I thought it was. Peace. You gotta wait out there. Not my voice. Felix Almanzar. So yeah, uh, we'll see. You know what he has to say about that. You know, I don't know. Let a couple more people get in it here. You know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to all the different Children's Days festivities that's been going down over the last couple of months. You know, Newark, Jersey City, Medina, uh, uh, West Coast Wise. He started a new festival, community festival out where he rests at, called the Nia Festival. You know what I'm saying? So he's the sponsor of that. You know, something where he put out there for the kids and all the people, the families and stuff to come together. You know, in something that deals with love, peace, and happiness. You know what I'm saying? As well as Philly picnic. Shout out to the brothers out there. You know, we starting to look like a family. And it hasn't even been no arguing that I heard about, at least. Yeah. Oh, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, these are things we need to do out there to have a positive impact on the community and let the people know. See, this type of thing right here that we're looking at, right? The this fire alarm. And, yeah, listen, I'm on the live. Okay. He's here. He's coming out. He's coming out. Hey, yo. Listen. Miss. Okay, thank you. Y'all gotta be quiet. Yeah, you're right. You know, no boxing matches. You know, we didn't have any need for any, you know, interventions and all that. You know, so all of that stuff is good right there. You know what I'm saying? But getting back to what I was saying is that in terms of this fire alarm thing that we watching and things that he's saying, you may not like the things that you're hearing. You know what I'm saying? But you know, people say what they want to say. You know, at the end of the day, the only way you can fix that is with what you're doing. See, because you know, we could go point for 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 point, especially when we're talking about something that, you know, like if we discussing this right here, right? Where you got you know, phases, different phases of a person's life that you're talking about that, you know, this all played out 50 years ago. You see, they can't dispute with what you're doing right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's some things that you know, when you first hear it, it might be kind of a, you know, just like a catchphrase or something. Like something you hear and you know, is catchy, it's going around, but you know, in terms of what it really means to you, you know, the proof is in the pudding. You know, you can't really you can't really prove much of anything by talking. Yeah. See, you got a little frustrated right there. I can't recall what I'm saying. But as we prepare to get into the live today, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to touch on this. I don't know what it even made me think of. It's actually a very small point I wanted to make, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's good for the people that you hear see renewing history. See, this is the real renewing history. The real time you renew your history, right? You want to go over your lesson is between the 25th and the 1st of every month. That's the time that you renew your history so that you don't end up using that as a catchphrase while you're bullshitting people. Because 120, like everything else, it's like riding a bike. It doesn't take you months to learn 120 if you already knew it. Like at any time in the recent future, like it's some, like I said, I would never, even if I had to renew my history, right? I would be starting. I'm, I'm imagining. I'm just imagining. I could not imagine forgetting the 1 and 10. I can't imagine forgetting the nausea. I can't think of a scenario, barring something physically, I get in a real bad accident or something. I can't picture just, I don't know who's the original man. I can't picture not knowing who's the colored man. You know what I'm saying? I can't picture not at least knowing the numbers. I can't, you know what I'm saying? So I would say that even if I had to renew my history, maybe I might have to get exact on the numbers in the 1 to 36. You know, the boss said that sounds like the best time to go through the whole 120 with the other guys from the 25th to the 31st. No, last 7 days of the month, no doubt. You know, that's that's exactly that's exactly my point. If you want to, you can go through the whole 120. See, you can test yourself. It only takes like 30 minutes. If you know it. But I guess for the people that's new, keep that in mind. Even if you don't know the whole 120, whatever it is you do know. Like if you're up to the 1 to 14, quote all the lessons up to the 1 to 14. Between the 25th and the 1st of every month. See, you prepare yourself to renew your history with the checks that come in on the 1st. So the same thing, that's a certain cycle This is how we use mathematics. We're not all caught up in the spirituality of it or nothing, but just in the practice, right, of recognizing cycles. You know what I'm saying? Knowing when cycles is complete and when it's time to lay the foundation for the next cycle. You know what I'm saying? That's one cycle. Another cycle is listen at the end of the night, especially if you're just learning your lessons. You need to quote everything that you know. If you already know enough to the 1 to 10 and 1 to 36. But that's how, me in particular, that was how I used to approach studying my lessons, is that I would quote all the lessons that I know before I started reading the whatever was the next degree. So, that's solidifying. It's you see what I mean? It's every day. That's why I'm saying that now. Yeah, it would be difficult. It's on the tying my shoe level. Yeah. Uh, people used to say that a long time ago. I never particularly, but just that I was thinking, listen, that degree is somewhat of an abyss. I have seen many go into that degree and never come back. What I always thought it was is that there's certain degrees, right, that they kind of like safe points. You know what I'm saying? Like people that never really make it, you know what I'm saying? They might make it to the 1 to 36. You know what I'm saying? You got those people that have knowledge for like 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? 3 days. You know, but if you get to the culture degree in the 1 to 14, and I'm saying, if you were in a, I'm kind of taking it out of context because I'm going back in time. But, when everybody's kid, you 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, right? The 1 to 14 kind of puts you, you're not at the top, but you're not at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? If you come and say you on a 1 to 14, brothers not quick to put you on the hot seat as they are other brothers who's on lesser degrees. You know what I'm saying? Or like I knew a brother, that he was on the Wisdom Ad Cipher degree in the 1 to 40. And when I first met him, I was somewhere between the 1 and 36 and the 1 and 14. And I want to say I was on the first, second, third degree in 1 to 14. You know what I'm saying? And him being on the Truth is Square degree in the 1 to 40 in terms of the people that was immediately around, he was one of the brothers that knew the most lessons. And he had the knowledge before us. So it was kind of like safe. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't learn another degree, there's still nobody here to really make you show and prove. You know what I'm saying? But over the time, I end up passing. You know what I'm saying? And then it was like, it wasn't like our relationship changed. You know what I'm saying? But our demeanor in the cipher definitely, there was a little polarity switch there. You know what I'm saying? Where uh, you know, he knew he was gonna have to show and prove. Like, see, before we could actually degree, you could tell us whatever. But so I think that's one of the things that some people, they get to a degree where they feel safe, like they feel like they know enough where they can stay out of the hot seat. You know, and for other people, it's probably the trials, the so yeah, that's just a little chronicle, I guess, a little chronicle of you know, back when I was in high school, and we was elevating through the lessons and the different people that I seen, even I seen a lot of things happen to brothers, man. Like, I seen good brothers, you know, I don't want to say be destroyed, but I seen good brothers be held back by bad ciphers. Like, I remember it was a brother in my homeroom, and he had a crew of brothers that he used to be with, and they never knew their lesson. You know, uh, there was one brother with them that they taught that he always knew his lesson. I couldn't understand how he was the last one amongst them to get the knowledge, but he always knew his lessons. But because he's with these clowns, they don't even have enough lessons to give him. But it just always was something, because they crew was like, they was like my whipping boys a little bit. I had certain people where it's like, all right, when I see them, yeah, I'm in the mood. But he would always, whenever he knew his degrees, then I would just start building with him. Like, man, y'all niggas is whack. But he ended up. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him since those days. You know what I'm saying? I seen bad brothers be get passes because they was in good ciphers. See, all of that come down to examination, man. That's why, see, I always knew who people was, because I'm building. I'm dealing with examination, so I knew who was who. But at any rate, look, you know, not just that. I got another experience that we stood fast the 3 days before the rally. That is the renewing history that I learned, that for the 25th to the 1st, you renew your history. Whatever is your ideas, you understand what I'm saying? Your plans, everything that you put in into activation, right? These are certain cycles that we deal with. You know what I'm saying? After the year gets to born, you know, the born month, the born month is complete, then I renew my history for the year. See, whatever is my ideas, what I have for this year, if they're not off the ground by the born month, you probably ain't gonna make it happen this year. You know what I'm saying? So look, just draw out what you learn, right? And now you can make your plan how you're going to use what you learn to be successful now. But this thing where this is what you say when you don't know your degrees, yeah, I don't know what that renewing history is. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, little chronicles. So now, without further ado, well, we get a little more ado. The presentation from Omar Shabazz right here, the fire alarm, the Clarence 13X story. We picking up here at 3 hours and 46 minutes into the 4 hour and 17-minute presentation. You know what I'm saying? How much is it taking us? This is the fourth day. You know what I'm saying? The first day, the first day is like you had to be there. It was that type of knowledge and history. You had to be there. The next 2 days, the lives is there for you to check them. The last two lives, like I said, look, we've been watching this for 3 hours and 46 minutes of run time, so it would be difficult for me to summarize everything that we went through. But basically, this brother Omar Shabazz is, he's a former member of the NOI who, a large part of the influence of why he joined the NOI was Malcolm X, and kind of because of his experience with the NOI, and I guess maybe the attitude of some in the NOI towards Malcolm, caused a little bit of dissatisfaction on his part. And so, he goes out and makes sure people are aware of Malcolm X and what is his teachings and his memory, et cetera, et cetera. And in the midst of that, he's using a lot in this presentation right here as a storytelling device, to let the viewer or give the viewer a sense that the NOI is bad, and look at what they did to this brother too. If you watch some of the past videos, you will see that there's a point where he says in so many words in the video that a large story should be included more in the story of Malcolm X. So that's kind of indicative of the idea that you're really telling a story about Malcolm X and only using the law as like a prop in your story. But that's my assessment. You've all been watching. I'm sure other people have their assessment. Maybe after they can come on and add on. But just to fill y'all in on where we at right now, we're going to pick up, right? Fard has just, listen, bear with me here. Fard has just finished watching TV in the 60s and 70s. I know, but it's not my friend. So now, without further ado,
It's quite heartbreaking to find out that the person God was said to have come in the person of, Master Farad Muhammad, never stepped in to prevent any of the historically tragic things that happen in the lives of Black people. Was God always present in this person's presence? Was God in this person's body for a day, week, month, year, 2 years, 5 years? Did God leave this person's body when Black people's lives were being destroyed? It's a legitimate question. Did this person get the Holy Ghost for a short period of time, or was it a long-term lease?
Now I'm saying, listen, a brother, he came in the, what's the name? Oscar TV Mandela, he was in the what's the name? And he brought up something. I didn't mention that, but I did think about that ever since I've been seeing this picture right here, and like the picture of this individual that they saying is Fard, right? Now, this woman sitting right to his left, right? This woman sitting right to his left right here is Muhammad Ali's wife, right? And one of these two girls is his daughter, right? So that would have to put this picture in the 1970s, at least. So my question is, does this man look 100 years old? Inquiring minds want to know.
It's a legitimate question. He never left the country. These photos prove that. They get you with religion all the time. The Mount Morris Park Tower went into...
I'm saying maybe 70, 75. I don't know about 100.
Service in 1857 in response to Harlem residents' demand. The tower gave volunteers a perch from which to watch for fires that were common in the wooden structures that then made up most of New York City. And if a fire broke out, the watchers would spread the word by ringing the bell. Of the 8 original cast iron watchtowers, only one has survived. The Harlem Fire Watchtower stands today in Marcus Garvey Park, formerly Mount Morris Park, built in the 1850s. The Fire Watchtower became the gathering place, designated by Clarence 13X and his 5% members in the late 1960s. The significance of Allah standing in front of this pull-down fire alarm box has yet to be determined by Shabazz Productions' research team. The recent discovery of the footage shot in the documentary Summer of Soul, where in 1965, live musical performances were professionally captured on film of many of the giants in the world of music, such as Nina Simone, David Ruffin, The Fifth Dimension, Ray Barretto, the Staple Singers, Gladys Knight and the Pips, Sly and the Family Stone, Mahalia Jackson, Mongo Santa Maria, B.B. King, Abbey Lincoln, Hugh Masekela, Stevie Wonder, and many others who electrified the large crowd. Historic events like this, and Clarence 13X's connection to the park, is what compelled our location scout and team member, Daniel Speller, to visit the park and climb to the top of the hill to see the spot where Brother Clarence held his Universal Parliament meetings at. After being terminated from the Nation of Islam, Clarence 13X and John 37X continued to embrace the Nation of Islam's teachings and formed up a new group with new beliefs combined with the Nation of Islam's old teachings. This new style attracted hundreds, if not thousands, of black youth. In the battle for free-thinking thought, historically, it's the dominant ruling class who always must dictate what it wants the conquered to dance to the music of. Anything against that rule is an uphill climb to the bottom. Clarence's decision to go up against the norm was indeed a bold move on his part. Elevated up and away on a hill may have represented those above others who were special with a superior intellect that only 5% of the population possessed. 85% of the Earth's population lack the knowledge of who they are. It was originally 10% of the white ruling class who put black people into slavery, causing untold physical, spiritual, and mental death. Only the 5%, who are the poor righteous teachers, can free the minds of the 85%. That's the basis of the 5% teachings.
That's the basis. That's the basis of the 5% teaching. I mean, look, just the way he did this, you can see that he's not using any see, he says himself, right, that there's a guy in the beginning that's talking, and then after a while he says, yeah, well, this guy had an axe to grind. He's telling you about the bad stuff that this guy did, but he's not telling you about the bad stuff that. But see, all of your sources tend to be that way. You know what I'm saying? People who see, there's things that, of course, there's other people that know that history. They was there with the law. So I'm not going to argue with people about what happened in Korea. I'm not going to argue with old man Willie and them about what happened across the street or what happened in the Glamour Inn or whatever. I'm not going to argue with the NOI about what happened in the temple. But I don't understand how all of these people think they insiders in the 5%. Do you know today's mathematics? What about today's degree in the alphabet? What the fuck do you know about us, man? That's the part I don't understand. See, I'm not disputing the other stuff. That's not that. But there's some things that he speaks on where it's like, look, man, you're talking about events that I know people that was there. Like yesterday when I was reading the comment section, and he was trying to reinforce this idea that Allah had a grudge against Malcolm. And two of the things he said, right, because they was both speculation. You didn't say, look, this person right here told me that. You said, right, he said, well, the brothers used to go to hear Malcolm speak. And then Allah told them, don't go over there no more. And so he was saying, yeah, that was because of the grudge. But if he had the grudge, why would he let them go in the first place? But here's the thing. First of all, let's deal with generally. Because when you say that he Malcolm, he had a grudge against Malcolm. You're just saying in the way that you think, right? A person should have a grudge with the person that you say kicked them out of the mosque, right? But here's the thing. Have I ever told y'all on here that I saw a lollipop before? Does anybody know who Lollipop is? Somebody tell them who Lollipop is. Who is in it? What are you doing back there?
He got there smoking. I didn't know he was in there, so I'm not today.
Yeah, I play too much, man. I'm saying, wait, only Born King know who's Lollipop? Anyone else? Anyone else? Does anyone else know who is Lollipop? See, this name Carlos, I found this out later, but we knew him as Lollipop in New York, from when I was a young brother. No one else? Lollipop is the guy with the elephant gun. Lollipop was the guy with the elephant gun. I've seen Lollipop before. Now look, the reason why I said this specifically, right? Because listen, do you think that if Allah was putting goons on people, that Lollipop would have been walking the street in the 1990s? Now look, Lollipop, there's Lollipop right there. What? Oh, you about to get the business.
Darkim know who's back there.
We,
Darkim know who's back there.
y'all was still on that side?
Yeah. Y'all locked
How
in.
who locked the gate?
They locked in. I can't face God. I can't face God.
Yeah, that's it, man. Right? So look, like I said, Lollipop's about to get the business right now. They said, nah. Last Sunday, no. So I'm just saying that if we just talk about character, because you just talking about character when you say, oh, he did this and then he did that, and you speculated all of this. That's the type of individual, right, that you saying held a grudge against somebody, right? That look, I never heard that Allah wanted to get back in the mosque. Like if you did put me out, bro, you made me great. That's in general. Now let's talk specifically, because I turned the computer off and I started going home. Right? I realized, bro, I know the people that was said to. And they told me about that, G. It didn't, you know, it was something that, you know things, but they're in the back of your mind. It's not, that was nothing, there was no, you know, he just gave me a reason to talk about it. And he told me the reason. He told me the reason why that was. See, as the nation was growing and developing, right? Everybody couldn't accept the changes, especially because a lot of people was already followers of Elijah and Malcolm when they met a lot. And people who couldn't accept the changes, it's not going to work out for you. See, the people that can't understand why, look, we know we're not going to have Muslim names no more. We're not going to wear the flag. We're not going to wear the Muslim flag no more. Peace. And some people couldn't accept those changes. So if that's still where your mind is at, go over there. But he ain't telling me nothing about, yo, you know, he was like, yo, don't go over there because Malcolm, he's full of shit or nothing like that. So I'm not sure, you know, where, you know, he, like I said, a lot of the stuff he's saying without no sources. You know, but from the people that was there, nah, that's not what they said. You know. Okay. I think this is his big. I think this is his big part right here where he's supposed to come in and.
But yeah, America has a serious problem. It's getting out of hand, especially black-on-black crime, and there's nothing in place to correct the wrong that's been done to our people. They have no pride about themselves, and they're just out here going buck wild. And it's dangerous not only for white society, it's dangerous for black folks also, because we're going to be the first victims that we strike out against, our own. And there's something that must be done about it. It's pitiful, man. This is crazy. What's happening on this planet, on this earth, is crazy, man. It all stems from a lack of pride that our people never had about themselves since they brought us over here, since the white power structure brought us from Africa all over here. Never provided any recourse, any education, no land, no factories, no places of employment. It's criminal, actually. And here we had a brother named Brother Malcolm X, who was going to take our case of America's violation of our...
All right, hold on. I got an admission to make. Look, I just did something stupid. When he was talking and he said, and here we have a brother, I thought he was going to say Brother Clarence, man. Bro, it says the Clarence 13X story. Can you please talk about a law? He's sucking me in right there. He said he got me. That was a good one.
Our human rights into the United Nations building. And you know how charismatic Malcolm was. Man, he would have turned that place upside down. Man, he would have bankrupted this system. He would have shook it all up. Yeah, he would have forced them to do something.
Wait, so you saying you did all that with talk? Is the contradiction here is crazy.
Something to do the right thing by us. It would have been amazing. I can see him now on the floor presenting our case, speaking about how ill America treated us. Not just America, the international power structure, Europeans, everyone, how they participated in the slave.
See what I'm saying? It's better when I see this stuff. It's better when I see this stuff beforehand. See, my first thought, shit is maybe not politically correct. You see, that's kind of the difference between us and other followers that's out there, is that we don't have to imagine ourselves doing what Allah did. We don't have to imagine. We don't have to imagine, right, what Allah would have been doing if he was here in 2023. Do we?
Slave trade. Some Arabs and Africans participated also, but the main people that set it up were Europeans. Man, and that's why we miss Brother Malcolm. That's why he'll never be forgotten.
That might be a little bit historically inaccurate to say the Europeans was the main people that set it up. I don't know if you can kind of jump them over the Arabs, but let's roll with it.
He's loved and respected by many of our people all over this planet. And that's the story.
Oh, in conclusion, you talked about somebody else? I don't know. Let's see what's going on.
Correct. Inside Edition.
Okay, so wait a minute, bro. This was just, man, you just so, what was that, man? Yo, bro.
There is still saying, yes, this is a shortcut.
90s.
Sharon?
Oh, what's a cab?
You know what I'm saying? They got far watching Jeopardy in the 1990s. Yo, bro. Yeah,
New York City taxi, yes.
Okay, I'd into thin air for 1,000.
Wallace Fard Muhammad, founder of this nation, disappeared without a trace in 1934. Bill.
It's a Nation of Islam.
Correct.
Inside Edition.
This is Brother Dyron Jackson, aka Zaki. I just want to say some things about Brother Clarence 13X, better known as the Father. I just want to say that although I may not agree with everything, with some of his doctrine, overall, when I look at everything that Clarence was about, he was a very positive brother. Even though he may have had some flaws, all of us, if you look at all the great leaders, they all had flaws. But one thing about Clarence X that I truly respect about his organization was that he had blackness. His organization was about blackness. His 5% of the nation that he started was about black people organizing in the community, about educating their children and motivating them to be positive and to be strong black brothers and black sisters. You can't take that from him. No matter what criticism that you have of him, you cannot take that from that brother. He organized a group of black people and he had the command of the community. And the white man knew that.
Bro, okay, look. Let me know if I'm wild now. Let me know. Like, tell me the truth. Are these backhanded compliments right here? Is it me? Am I being sensitive? Somebody tell me, man. We're not going on until somebody tells me. Am I? I'm being overly sensitive here. Let me know. No one, but y'all scared to tell me? you cannot take that for them. I mean, listen, man. Yo, bro, listen, man. Listen. No, what I'm saying is, are these backhanded compliments? Like, am I being too sensitive? Or it's just kind of the steel hand in the velvet glove here. The steel hand in the velvet glove treatment. What's and who is this Dyron Jackson? He is how does he know Allah? Yes, it's just plain old shit. You said it should be listen. These appear to be backhanded compliments. Let's continue.
The white man knew that Clarence could start a war or he could stop one. He was almost like Malcolm in some ways. He was almost like Malcolm. He had the command of the people. Now, as I said before, I am a Sunni Muslim. I don't agree with his 5% Nation doctrine, but like Malcolm says, leave your religion at home and let's come together as brothers. Do you want freedom? Do I want freedom? Yes. So let's leave our religion at home in the closet and come together for freedom. And this is what made Malcolm so devastatingly effective. And Clarence was the same way. He didn't care about religion. He wanted to come together as black people. So I have a lot of respect for that brother. He was about blackness. A lot of religions, even in Islam,
I mean, I don't want to burst this guy's bubble, but we not pro-black. That's he said, I don't want to burst. Look, I know what he means. I understand his point, but he's a little bit off with this. What he's saying.
you go to certain masjids and everything is Islamic, but you don't see that true blackness because actually Islam is ours. In order to be an Arab,
Hold on. Again, I don't know if it was again, but yeah, again, he also contradicts. He also contradicts some of the stuff that he said earlier. You know what I'm saying? When he was saying how Allah got all the support from white people, and Mayor Lindsay was blue-eyed, and Allah didn't care about that. You know what I'm saying? And then now you got this guy saying this. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is that just the consistency of the actual message that he's giving, in a lot of cases, it's not clear. Like, you can surmise what he meant. Maybe that's the point that, his audience is intelligent, so he expects them to be able to discern these types of things. But, this is another one of the things where you kind of contradict the early part, or you have a speaker come on and contradict a speaker from earlier.
A true Arab, you have to be black. So when you go to these masjids, you don't see black. You see Arabs, brown skin, pale skin looking Arabs, and that's cool. But my thing is, what do we have as a people? One thing about Clarence X and the 5% of the Nation is that he kept it real and he kept it black. I mean, you go into a 5% of the Nation school and you see nothing but black brothers, children, sisters, and brothers learning together, learning to be positive. He may have had his flaws.
Is it me, or is whoever's editing this, right? It's because I noticed he keeps editing in white people every time the brother says that Allah was all about blackness. So I don't know if he's like trying to contradict the brother or whatever is going on here, but that's a little bit strange.
But he was a good brother. He was a good brother. And when I was growing up, before I graduated to Islam and making salats and fasting and Ramadan and all of that, and Malcolm X, the first thing that I knew about any kind of Islam was the 5%ers. Hey, brother, what's today's mathematics? What's today's mathematics, brother? And I had no idea what that meant. I had no idea what they were saying, but I knew that they were some kind of Muslims, and that's the first taste I had of any kind of Islam. So,
some kind of Muslims.
Going back when I was a kid, I remember the 5%ers. So I have nothing but respect for the brother, Clarence 13X, and I hope that his legacy can continue. And I wouldn't want to see anybody do anything to tarnish that. But he was a good brother, and he was definitely for our people. Definitely for our people.
Clarence 13X. He was the first brother to lead the Nation of Islam and take the lessons he learned into the streets. Clarence 13X knew he had to meet the people where they were, in the alleys, the dope house, basement parties, bars, clubs, and street corners. Wherever there was a group of Black people, Clarence 13X was there or on the way there. Whether he was throwing dice in a game, playing skin or tonk, he would find a way to drop a bit of knowledge on all those that was in that circle. Can you imagine a group of young teenagers on a basketball court playing ball and just jiving around? And Clarence 13X is there. He would lean over and ask some of the brothers on the sideline, what are the total square miles of the planet Earth? How much is land? How much is water? And just for kicks, he would throw in, how much does the Earth weigh? These questions were meant to make them think. Clarence 13X would tell them that this is common knowledge, but you won't learn the answers in any public school. He in turn would answer the questions that he asked, and it would always stun the group. He would tell them to look at the sun. Now tell me, how far is the sun from the earth? What is its size? How hot is it? He would tease them with knowledge and then teach those of them that wanted it. Thus the term father. Sure, history says Clarence 13X was a lot of things, but they seem to leave out genius. His actions were brilliant, and its effect it had on young people in the 60s is still relevant today in the 21st century. Unlike Minister Malcolm, who had no idea of his direction, Clarence 13X hit the ground running. Take a good look at the music artists that were touched by Clarence 13X, his words, and his wisdom. Rappers, musicians, actors keep Clarence 13X alive in lyrics and in action.
Bro, I mean, you know, I mean, like SW, they really just turned us into a music group. You know, that's been another running theme in this thing, in this presentation here, is that 5% pretty much a music group. We rappers and actors keep us, what do you say? The rappers and actors keep his legacy alive. I see. Oh, man, this is
Black people were different in the 60s. As a youngster in the Nation of Islam, I know firsthand how difficult it was to get a Black young man to purchase a Muhammad Speaks newspaper. And it was like pulling teeth to get one of them to come to the mosque for a meeting. Clarence 13X was able to surround himself with street youth and have a tremendous effect on their lives. Thus, the term God. Those members and supporters of the 5% Nation, keep up the battle.
The legacy left behind by Clarence 13X, Allah the Father, is truly amazing. The 5% Nation made his mark. Without any social media back in the 60s and early 70s, the teachings of Islam and righteousness to the masses of Black youth has not been matched to this present day. On a Saturday, he could get our babies and youngsters to climb.
I think I take a little bit of offense at that remark right there. We did our thing in the subsequent years, brother. You know what I'm saying? See, that's a Muslim thing to say. See, that's what it is too. some of this stuff, right? You gotta remember, I've been around these people, man. You see what I'm saying? And you know, that's a Muslim thing to say. That yeah, Clarence, he did his thing, but y'all ain't did nothing since he died. That's some common shit to say, son. A lot of people don't realize you say some shit. That shit started. Look, you could teach a parrot to quote 120. That's some Muslim shit to say. He said, how does he know that those are correct pictures of 5%ers? How did he neglect to have 5%ers on the story? Listen, I was actually thinking that. I was going to ask that question, but I refrained. What would you say is the percentage, especially in this last little segment that we was watching, right? What is the percentage of actual 5%ers that was in those pictures? And listen, if we exclude the pictures from the 60s, the pictures that he got up on the Mount Morris, right? If we exclude that, but what would you say is the percentage of people that's in those pictures that's 5%? And yeah, these are people that they wasn't what shooting in the gym.
To the apex where the tower was in Mount Morris Park to teach the lessons to a packed park of Black youth. While the Black Christian preachers were teaching white Jesus, nonviolence, and loving our enemies, Allah had a message of love, wisdom, understanding, Black empowerment, and no pork. This registered well with our youngest ones. Allah the Father knew he had to reach the youth right at their adolescent stage where their minds were still growing to attain knowledge of self. He also spoke the language and tone of the Black youth and the streets, and that's why the teachings of Islam through those lessons spread quickly throughout New York City, 5 boroughs, Long Island, New Jersey, and Connecticut. The teachings and culture were manifested in hip hop from the beginning through the B-Boy stance, the world-famous Supreme Team radio show, and some of the lyricists like Rakim, Just Ice, Big Daddy Kane, Brand Nubians, Poor Righteous Teachers, Lakim Shabazz, and Queen Latifah, all the way up to Nas, Jay-Z, the Wu-Tang Clan, and Erykah Badu. Thank you, Allah, for creating and building the 5% nation. Word is bond. Peace.
I'm
He said, that was living. You know what this shit right here is like? Remember when Nancy Pelosi and them had the kente cloth on? Remember when Nancy Pelosi and all they was in Congress when the riots was going on and they came out and took the picture on a knee with the kente cloth on? Where it's like, you trying to patronize us or something? Like, what is this, man? Word is bond? Like, it's like, bro, like,
thoroughly convinced that the hardest job on this planet is being a leader of a people who have been historically torn apart. It's damn near an impossible task. What Brother Clarence, Brother Allah, also known as the Father, accomplished was truly a miracle. This is why it's time to reassess, to reevaluate, to reset his amazing legacy. Brother Clarence was out there working with.
You hear that? That means all of you Negroes, out here. This thing has to be reset. And Omar Shabazz is the resetter in chief.
With troubled youth. Compare him to the black politicians of today. Most of them are useless. They're not even close. If drug pushers can be forgiven for throwing out frozen turkeys from the back of a truck, then we can forgive Brother Clarence for his mistakes. Yeah, we need a big budget, major motion picture about this man. And for whites out there who want to divorce themselves from what their ancestors did, start the healing process from your side. If you meet a black person, engage in a conversation other than sports. Start talking about some serious issues.
What is this, political correctness? Allies? What is this?
Do like Mayor Lindsay did with Brother Clarence. He did something to warrant Clarence's love. And for all you wannabe scholars out there, knowing how well you're getting your ass kicked doesn't make you the smartest guy in the room that you think you are. Constantly getting told by someone oppressing you about how articulate you are while patting you on your back and you believing in the press.
Whoa, isn't this what he's doing to us right now? Isn't it? Whoa.
Write-ups about yourself only makes you a sucker. Was this photograph symbolic with Brother Clarence standing in front of a fire alarm? Maybe he was the fire alarm to send out a signal.
Where's he going with this? Where's he saying a lot? Look, hold on. Let me bring myself back here. So look, when you come back to the school, right? Ring the fire alarm on the corner. Allah's coming back. If he didn't just say that, I would have never known. I've been here decades and just found out that if we want Allah to come back, all we gotta do is ring the fire. Learn something new every day.
A warning to ring the bell. Maybe that should be the title of the movie. The Fire Alarm, the Clarence 13X story. Although I'm not an official card-carrying member of the 5%ers, I want to color the man father also.
Wait, what? He said, nigga, you're not an unofficial, non-carrying card member. What are you talking about? See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the lack of respect, like, bro. So this is what this whole thing, this is why you've been saying, this is why you think you know what the basis of our teachers is. This is why your man's come up in here and talk all this. He's not an official card-carrying member. So are they unofficial? See, maybe he's been talking to people like Wakil, right? Who, if you ask Wakil to come to the rally, he's going to say, well, I'm like, controversial when I'm at, if I come to the rally, it's going to be controversial. So, in order to let it be peace, you know what I'm saying? I don't go over it. So you would take that, see, as someone with experience as a Muslim, right? Oh yeah, you're a Muslim, but you're not in good standing or something. You're not an official card carrying member. He said this is the second most popular video on that channel. Well, look, I'm blowing it up right now. He's getting lots of plays from you. Shout out to you. But like I said, of course, this was done to draw in that type of attention. You know what I'm saying? Because see, look at all those people that he affiliated with us that we know is not affiliated with us, like Jay-Z, et cetera, et cetera. All of this is clickbait, bro. All of that is clickbait, just like with anything else. If you could say Jay-Z's involved, right? Whether you the NFL, with whatever, whether you Live Nation, whether you the Brooklyn Nets, if you say Jay-Z is involved, you're going to get somewhere. So see, that's why all of this has to be, see, you have multiple agendas here. Now, look, anybody's making a film. Of course, you're doing that for a reason. You're trying to get views. You're trying to sell tickets, whatever it is. So that's already an agenda, right? That I always talk about that. Look, once you deal with the media and money becomes at least part of the motive, don't expect everything to go right. Expect everything to go the way it'll make the most money. Then on top of that, your agenda is to say what you're saying about Malcolm. Then your next agenda is to make people in NOI look bad. And then now at the end of that, you're including a lie. But see, this is what I'm saying. This to me is the lack of respect. They see any other unit, if they tell you that, listen, there's criteria to be qualified. It could be a basketball team. It could be just a group of brothers we maintaining here on the corner. But look, we have certain qualifications. You see, this idea that, yeah, this is just an open door. That's what I'm saying with all these people. You put all the knowledge on it. What all you doing is confusing shit, B. Because you bringing a whole bunch of people into the midst that nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows what they're going to do. But this is, yeah, and I actually saw somebody, I can't believe you fell for this bullshit. There we go. Based on why kill lies in the name of Allah and history of Clarence 13X and 5% is volume 1 and 2. So let's just go ahead and say that. Your source is bullshit, right? Because he too has a Muslim God movement. Full stop. To see if you basing it on that, right? Yeah, your research team is trash. You know what I'm saying? If that's your motherfucking source. See, let me tell you something. I'm fairly sure the way it went, they all was around each other. Wayne taught Wesley. Did you know that? The way I recall it, Jerry, Wayne taught Wesley. So that just shows you what he's been teaching the entire time. So in his Muslim God movement, he tells a Muslim God story. See, because we already know, right? Hold on.
He left me here.
He out there now. Yeah. All right. So yeah, Born King, listen. I remember when they all was down there, everybody was going to Morehouse and Clark. Got my finger on the button, bro. This is see, listen. That's one of the reasons why he's never, because see, every time he starts talking, I start running down the history, B. Did you, Born King, did you know about when they jumped Divine because he didn't want to be Muslim? See, they sit up there and act all bow tied up, man. I remember when a lot of teams was doing shit like that. See, Born King knows. I know these niggas, B. Like, I don't know them personally. Like, you know, we grew up together, but I know who you are on the list of people. And you know, we got how much ever, I ain't never counted it up, how much different people spoken about in 120, from Yakub to Musa to the original colored man, all these different things. I know the whole list of people, and I know who you is on there. So this is the dude who's his source. This is the guy that's their source. See, this is the guy, well, not, I don't know if it was him, but his Muslim God people, right? That, you know, they was in DC, right? And The brothers in DC was building with some young brothers, right? And so it gets to the point where they tell the young brothers, yo, y'all been coming through or whatever, y'all need to come to the rally. We have the rally, boom, boom, boom. So they hadn't seen the young brothers in a minute, you know what I'm saying? So when they ran into them, it was like, yo, listen, what's the deal? Y'all said y'all was coming to the rally. So they said the young brothers was like, yeah, we've been coming. We wondering why we haven't been seeing y'all. Like, how the hell you been coming? It's only one rally. You mean you was at the rally? When they figured everything out, the young brothers had ran into the Muslim guys. And the Muslim guys told them that the rally was at the mosque. So see, what I'm saying I to say is they don't teach what we teach. They have a totally different agenda. These are people with axes to grind against the teachings that we have. This is the people who the Muslim guys who claim that I was taught, what do they call it? It's some kind of what do they call it? Somehow or another, it's some religious order, right, that's supposed to have taken over the nation to Allah return, right, and led us away from the mosque and Elijah's teaching. Never mind that we had our own flag. Never mind that we stopped having those names in the time of Allah. Never mind that history. Now, the firstborn decided to lead us astray. Now, hold on. Remember, this goes with his man, what he was saying. That goes along with a theory that was presented in this presentation. Right? When he said that one of the gods killed Allah to see if he was really God. These are the type of people that you go into to get the history, right? While you saying that the firstborn, while you saying that the firstborn misled us. So this is why you're going to feel like you don't need to come to the school to verify none of this information. Because like I said, you're rolling with people who they can tell you about everything up to 1963. And they want to give that version. See, when Ibika said, yo, he was the first one that told me I was a Muslim when I met him, but the part you left out is you met him when he still was in the NOI. See, there's things that he said that you just kind of left it open. See, you didn't use his own words. He spoke on that himself. That him and Allah had a situation, right? And when you out selling your papers or whatever, and somebody threatens you, you got to tell the FOI. So when he puts this thing in there, this is the second time Allah surrounded Ibika with a hit squad. First of all, we don't know nothing about the second time. If it happened, can we get some? And the first time wasn't us. That's the who said Black Messiah misled us? That is the that's the Wakil version of events. Oh, that's what they call it. The 5% priesthood. That's what they call it. There was a cat that he's one of the Muslim goddesses, and he me and him had a little exchange, and he was saying that what I got from the 5% priesthood. So for instance, like when I said, look, you said that thing about what Allah told the brothers about going to see Malcolm, right? They're saying that I got that was the 5% priesthood that told me what happened. Plain candy. But there you have it. Take a screenshot of it. That's what it's based on.
There's a man at my house, he's so big and strong. He goes to work each day and he stays
Wait,
all
hold
day
up.
long.
Wait a minute. Yo, bro. His name you get there, boy. Wait a minute. Wait a wait a minute. Wait. Written, narrated,
so big and strong.
directed by Omar Shabazz. With so wait a minute. You understand? Wait a minute. Wait. He gonna put what? Motherfucker, at least you could have put starving. At least you could have put starving. What is hold up. We ain't done though, son. We ain't done. Hey, wait a minute, man. All these people? Wait a minute. You gotta love Clarence 13, the father, and Clarence Smith Jowers man. Well, actually, that's two people, because who the fuck is Clarence Smith Jowers?
He goes to work each day and he stays all day long.
Hey, wait a minute. He got Fakeem Allah and Father Divine in it too, man. He's like, yeah.
He comes home each night looking tired and beat.
Oh,
he
man.
sits down at the dinner table and has a bite to eat. Never a frown, always a smile. When he says to me, how's my child?
God.
I said that I've been studying hard all day in school, trying very hard to understand the golden rule. I think I'll color this man father. I think I'll color him love. I said I'm gonna color him father. I think I'll color the man love.
He says
education is making work each day and he stays all day long. He comes home each night looking tired and beat. He sits down at the dinner table and has a bite to eat. Never a frown, always a smile. When he says to me, That was my child. Trying very hard to understand the golden rule. I think I'll color this man father. I think I'll color him love. Said I'm gonna color him father. I think I'll color the man love. Yes, I will.
Oh, no. He did not. He did not say shisha. You did not. You did not. Did anybody see that? Did anybody see that, bro? Listen, Paul, man, you just chopped up Justice name, and he called it shisha. Who the hell is shisha? See we got.
He says education is the thing if you want to compete. Because without it, son, life ain't very sweet. I love this man and I don't know why.
There's a thing what I don't like about that is that you make it appear as if those people participated there's no shisha. I know who he thinks he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? I suppose I think I know who he's talking about. Marianne is that's Hashim's mother. If I'm not mistaken, that's Marianne. But yeah, he made it seem as though these people participated in your. And see, I can tell you specifically, there's some names you put on there that would never have spoken to you, especially not for this purpose.
I will need his strength until the day that I die. My mother loves him, and I can tell by the way she looks at him when he holds my little sister Nell. I heard her say just the other day that if it had except I'll need his strength until the day that I die.
Slow this shit down.
My mother loves him, and I can tell by the way she looks at him when he holds my little sister Nell.
Archive photos, so you making it seem like these people just not in the archives.
I heard her say just the other day.
Yo, hold up. I just want y'all to know right now. I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking to you, SW. Don't steal my sample right there. See how I just look? Don't. I'm about to chop that. Because look, that's what we do. That's what we do. Don't be. Before you even think it. The hands off my sample.
That if it had no been for him, she couldn't have found her way. I think I'll follow him farther.
Come on, was that the year?
I'm gonna color him love. Color him love. I've got to color him father. Color him father. I think I'll color this man she knows she and 7 kids couldn't have gotten very far. She said she thought that she could never love again. And then there he stood with that big wide grin. He married my mother and he took us in. And now we belong to the man.
Message to Wakil Allah. Please consult one of these big shot Black Hollywood filmmakers and get them to use your well-researched 2 books as a script and the major motion picture about Brother Clarence. Your hard work can't be ignored. Don't wait on this. Tomorrow may be way too late. Shame. I'm not sure what I don't know if y'all are reading this, but this is, this is about another documentary he made about some years ago. And apparently a Christian preacher. Be sure to see the new 12-hour documentary. Woo! Brother Malcolm X diamond amongst me. So there you have it, all you 5%ers. Now that he's patted you in the head, get out there and get that limited box set. That limited box set, Brother Malcolm X Diamond Amongst Men. $99.99. Well, there we have it. Bravo, bravo, Willie. Bravo, bravo.
Private school tuition for clearance.
Ooh, hold on. I don't know. We try this. Let me see if I can this is up to y'all. All right, now you see this right here? The Muslim mob. Now, this is another one that I found.
When Chauncey Bailey.
It is this is about a kind of, this is a theory that's being presented in here about about oh, hold on, here we go. This is, oh yeah, this guy right here. He's been around for some years too. He's a big time hater. But look, this is a well, I don't even know if y'all want to get into this, but look, that was fire alarm. And like I was telling the brother earlier that once I started seeing these videos, I saw like there's a whole galaxy of creators, that love Malcolm that are making these videos kind of trashing the NOI. And in a couple of them, they're mentioning a lot, you know what I'm saying? So in this one right here, this one is called the Muslim Mob. And this is presenting the Muslims as like a gangster group, and the Malcolm, remember in this, we just saw the 13th, what is it? Oh, the fire alarm, Clarence 13X story, right? And you saw where he presented the West Indian conspiracy. It's funny that Freedom Culture came in the room right as we started speaking about the West Indian conspiracy. That's how you know you gotta watch them. How he had that timing right there. But get back to what I was saying, we saw that in that one, he had he presented the West Indian conspiracy where Malcolm X was killed because, Linwood and Captain Joseph and Farrakhan wanted to launch a West Indian plot to take over the NOI. And because Malcolm wasn't with it, they lined him up. You know what I'm saying? So he presents that, you know what I'm saying, he was kind of a pawn in that game between the West Indians and the NOI. In this Muslim Mob one, they're presenting that he was murdered as kind of a pawn in a plot between the FBI and the CIA. You know what I mean? According to the theory presented here, right? The FBI was against the civil rights movement because they thought it was dangerous, what might come of it. The CIA, on the other hand, according to this, they liked the civil rights movement because they felt like if there was a small group of people that was influential over the large group of people, then all they had to do was control that small group of people in order to control the whole. So, they're supposedly supporting the NOI while the FBI is trying to undermine them. And then whenever this thing plays out, the other gangster, the Muslims as a gangster group plot plays out, and there's some separation between Malcolm and the gang, then that's when the FBI know they can ease in there because the CIA is not necessarily looking out for Malcolm as an individual. They're looking out for the whole, Now, in the midst of them telling that story, they have an excerpt in there on Allah and his 5%. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, I know it's been rough. I know it's been rough to watch this. We've already had to, bear with 4 hours and 17 minutes of Omar Shabazz's presentation here, Now this next one, this is fairly quick, I don't know. Type one in the comment box if y'all want to look at this excerpt from the Muslim Mob. This is whose channel is this? Plain Sight Productions. It looks like it was posted 3 years ago. And you know, he's presenting, you know, a lot of the same kind of ideas there that that I guess kind of circulate in this like I said, kind of galaxy of individuals that, you know, love Malcolm, rightfully so. But, you know, to some degree, again, listen, man. Listen, man. You know, like I said, you know, if y'all want to check it, we check it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, some of these things, you know, just in terms of, like I said, it's you know, how would you say, you know, it's good to know one way of measuring the impact you having, right? It's by how the people see you. You know, anybody can say they're doing anything. You know, anybody could be a gangster, you could be, you know, a player, whatever. But do the people see you like that? You know what I'm saying? We all know those people. You know what I'm saying? We all know those people that they see themselves a certain way, but the rest of the world don't see them like that. So just in terms of you know, kind of hearing these people out, you know, and you know, seeing, you know, kind of how they assess, you know, not so much our teachings as what we do, you know, because for a lot of them, I mean, we don't expect them to, I don't expect them, you know, if understanding is based on knowledge and wisdom and they don't have the same knowledge and wisdom, I don't expect them to understand what we teach. So, Born King, I guess we've been saved because no one typed one in the comment box. So being that no one typed one in the comment box, we will skip the Muslim mob segment. You know, although listen, you know, there's some high comedy in it. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, we get them down. Okay, let's see. Let's get something on there that we want to see. You wanna run the I mean it's a short, it's not that long. It's not that long. All right, so we check it out here. This, hey, listen, this one is you know, Now, it starts out with a guy that, look, I don't know this guy personally. I've seen him, you know, he's been, I mean, I think this guy goes back, I don't think the late 90s, but ever since I've seen him, I've been under the impression that y'all did something to him out there. He messed with 5 and 7. Y'all did something to him, and he's been holding the grudge against us for some decades now. But he's the first person that's going to speak. You know, his information is a couple of notches below the information in the last video in terms of accuracy. But you know, he's definitely one of the first people that I saw talking about this.
Mad confusion, I dove for the floor and scrambled behind a rampart on the side. My first impression was, of course, as a reporter, is, you know, to get to a telephone and file my story. And I started crawling towards the back of the auditorium, and I incidentally saw.
Hold on, this guy is a reporter that was at the Malcolm X assassination. He's just finishing up. This is like the end of the segment, and then it's going to shoot into the part where they speak on
a guy running out, evidently one of the perpetrators running out, and he was shooting like a cowboy all over the place. And of course, the shots were going off wildly. And after that, there was pandemonium in the place.
All right, now see how this is. I'm assuming that this is the reporter that was just speaking, Louis Lomax. But I'm saying that what I'm pointing out here is that see how they just put that statement right there, but you have no way of knowing, you know, what that's about, you know, what's true, what's, you know what I'm saying? You didn't put no source or, you know, but if you're watching the whole thing, you would see that by you putting that there, you're promoting an idea, and you're going to see that happen when the part comes up about the 5%. He said he was found dead on Interstate 40, but the death was ruled to be a trial. That's what I'm saying. You didn't say what he died from. It's the painful part, y'all. Don't worry.
In a technical sense, it really started in the 1960s, and some sources say specifically in. All
right, that's the guy right there. Come clean, man. Whoever did something to this guy, because he's never gotten over what you did to him. Can you please call him and apologize? But yeah, this guy.
1964, with a man named Clarence Smith, or Clarence Smith Jowers, also known as Clarence 13X, known as Clarence Pudding was his nickname. And eventually he began to call himself Allah. Now, this guy was actually a decorated war hero from the Korean War. And when he got out of the military in 1960, he moved back, I believe it was to Harlem, if I'm not mistaken. And he began to listen to Malcolm X teach in one of the mosques there. And over the course of time, And accounts vary. They differ here somewhat over the reason why he became somewhat disaffected by the nation of.
Not for nothing, but don't he even look a little bit like Wakil? Don't this guy even look a little bit like Wayne?
Of Islam, some say because of the exclusive claims of divinity of Wallace D. Fard, who founded the Nation of Islam proper, or because Fard appeared to be at least partly Caucasian, if not completely Caucasian, which seemed to fly in the face of what they believe, or because he wanted to establish his own religion, if you will, and get paid, to go after money. But no matter what the cause.
What money? See, they keep talking about all this money. I keep telling y'all, man. If it's money, I need to know where is my cut. You get people lined up like that. Talking about money. There's no money. That's guys see people just make stuff up. That's what I'm saying. Like money. Well, who got the money?
Was you can pick among those. He eventually left, and he started his own movement called the 5%ers.
Okay, the group was financed by the city of New York. I need to know what they're talking about here. Like, what do they mean by this? Because here's the thing: the school came from the city of New York. When they say the group, right? The only money that I know that came was from the Urban League to run those programs. I never heard about the city giving us no money. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, there's, things cost money in terms of the airplane rides, all these different things. I don't know if money was exchanged for that. You know what I'm saying? The bus rides, all those things. I'm sure there probably was, but the group was financed. They don't, that's what I'm saying. They just make statements here and see it goes right past you. You might be thinking that too. Or they talking about, no. They say the group was financed by the city of New York. Maybe I digress. All right. Under the mayoralty of CIA-aligned John Lindsay. Okay. What placed John Lindsay? We place him. How is he CIA aligned? Like, was he, I never, the CIA is international, so I don't know what business they would have with John Lindsay. Not saying he's not. Maybe he was a CIA agent before he came mayor. Maybe that was his past. I don't know. But see, they just make this statement, and see, that's what I'm saying. So now, just remember, I said that Malcolm X, according to the theory in here, was killed as a pawn in this kind of play between the CIA and the FBI. So now we're down with the FBI. You see what I'm saying? Listen. SW. See, those guys that was following you heard around, they was on our side. Bet you didn't know that. The money allowed the nation to establish itself. See what I'm saying? Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. I'm saying, what part? He said Lindsay did have CIA connects with Dulles. There are 4 letters on the CIA website where CIA were mad with Lindsay for not doing something. I have to check. Yeah, I've never. What was he supposed to do? And what was his connects with Dulles? But the money allowed the nation to establish itself. You know, in this theory of events, we're not established until 1968, I guess, 1967. In this theory of events, right? If we don't establish ourselves, if we're allowed to establish ourselves with money that the city gives us, that's not 1964. By the time Barry Goddard and Megan and Lindsay and them come on the scene, the knowledge might be in New Jersey already. It's definitely in the 5 boroughs. You know, all of the people that you know, the names that you know, those pictures and all that was already taken. Well, not all of them. A rich knowing rich New York connect. I mean, see, in this, what you're saying, right? Now, look, you know, people being rich and being in New York, I mean, by that token, I'm sure he met J. Edgar Hoover too. I'm sure there's some messages in the, if you go in the files, right, where J. Edgar Hoover is pissed off with me and Lindsay for politicking with those niggas up there in New York. You know, necessarily that makes a connection. I'm saying that, you know, this is a, you know, you put this on YouTube. This is an intergalactic transmission right here. Hold up. Here we go again, SW. As seen by its significant influence on hip hop culture. Now, at this point, right? At this point, can we make any connection at all between those 3 statements? Like, so hip hop is a CIA plot now? You know, so the outcome of all this killing, all this, you know, was influence on hip hop. So what did we they gave us some money and then allowed like the Russell Simmons of hip hop or something? Like what? He's the unspoken Russell Simmons of hip hop? Or he was doing his thing and then Sylvia Robinson stole the shine. Lindsay testified in a congressional hearing, and an article kind of slaying the CIA, and Dulles wrote him saying, "How you doing that to us? Thought we was cool. You ain't coming to the next barbecue." He testified at yeah, but that doesn't connect him to the CIA. That kind of destroys this, because that means he didn't have a connection to the CIA. And what was the testimony? Because Man Lizzie went to Congress and spoke on the 5%. So was that the testimony? Was that the time? Or was it something else? So that's what you're saying, that if Uhuru wouldn't return, then this would be the home of hip hop. That we would be like Death Row, Bad Boy, Rockefeller, all rolled into one. Is that what you're saying? But I don't see how the hip hop thing, the funding from the city and influence on hip hop culture, I don't see how it goes together. Major artists such as Busta Rhymes being members.
I've been Islam.
Okay.
I've been Islam since I was 12, 13 years old.
All right, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. Everybody, I don't know how you feel about these. All of the people that came into the nation because of rap music, right? Hearing this might be a little bit disappointing. If you I'll just let you hear it, man. You make an assessment of it. You tell me what you think.
Because I was introduced to the 5% Nation of Islam when I was 12 or 13 years old. You know what I'm saying? And it's been that ever since. So
for the people that don't know, what is the 5%?
The 5% Nation of Islam is it's a division of the Nation of Islam that was created by the father Clarence 13X, who used to be a Muslim. He used to be a part of the Nation of Islam. Muslim. He was one of the head generals of the Refuting Islam, which is a Muslim security at the time. And this is back in like the 1930s and the 1933, 1935, 1934 time frame. And the father, Clarence 13X, he was a brother that felt like it was important that the urban community was being communicated to as far as, the science behind everything in life in the way that was prioritized just as much as it was for Muslims that, were born into being Muslim or that had converted into the Nation of Islam. Now, the father, Clarence 13X, he felt like, a lot of these kids in the urban community, they ain't had a discipline or the mindset or the conditioning to want to convert. You know what I'm saying? So that still didn't mean that they didn't deserve the science. That still didn't mean that they didn't deserve the truth. That still didn't mean that they didn't deserve the information that could help empower them. So what he did was he went in the hood and he would see these kids on the corner, gambling, rolling dice, selling drugs or whatever they was doing. And he went to them and partook. He felt it was necessary to sacrifice himself in a way where even if he had to partake in the activities that was improper, to clean them up. If they smoked, he smoked with them. If they rolled dice, he rolled dice with them, to make them feel comfortable enough to embrace him in their circle and be willing to listen to the information. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he did.
See, here it goes. Look. In contrast, the FBI classified the group as a gang. Now, hold on. Before we continue here, listen. I apologize to y'all. I didn't want to break your hearts. I know you've been waiting. Some of y'all have been waiting to meet people so y'all can take a picture with them in front of the flag here at the school. Yo, G, he said 1934, 1935. Whew. So it says Mayor Lindsay said the CIA was a policy-making agency, and then he walked it back to policy influence agency. Yeah, I mean, all of that would say that there is no, link that would, he would be a part of a conspiracy, with them, where they would trust him with some secret information that everybody took to the grave. You said that the allegiances were with CIA civic improvement agencies. Yeah. But yeah, see, this is what I'm saying here, though. So now that's what they're saying, that somehow we was also pawns in this thing here, right? So we're CIA linked, right? This is where we at so far, right? We're linked to the CIA through Mayor Lindsay, right? The FBI has us classified as a gang, and Busta Rhymes just let us know that Allah started teaching signs in 1934, 1935. So let's continue. Which had morphed into a terroristic hate group. I didn't know we got hate group status until the Southern Poverty Law Center. I don't know how many of y'all know that. Did y'all know that? If you go to the Southern Poverty Law Center right now, we're on there. Like we not the highest level hate, but we a hate group on the Southern Poverty Law Center to do Morris D's or something. Yeah. Bet you didn't know that. In mid-1969, Allah the Father was shot dead. His killers have never been identified. Wait a minute, not according to the fire alarm. The story of the Clarence 13X story. Now look, I'm gonna tell y'all, it says his killers have never been identified. Hold on, let me put the screen right here so you can look. Watching U.S. Indians. A possible culprit was the Black Mafia. So see, like I said, right, this is all of this that they're playing out is that the Muslims are a gangster group, right? And the CIA is backing the civil rights movement in general, in the NOI, and the 5% in specific, and the FBI wants to destroy it. So we just picking up the plot here. based around the NOI's Philadelphia operations. You know, I told you, you know, in you know, amongst these, you know, various brothers, like I said, it's a galaxy of brothers that's out there that's, you know, they love Malcolm and they're making these different videos. You know, the Philly and the Newark Mosque, you know, sometimes the Boston Mosque is included. They're really hard on those particular mosques.
Good evening. For 20 years, beginning in the late 1960s, the infamous Black Mafia was involved in extortion, murder, drug trafficking, and embezzlement in the predominantly African-American sections of Philadelphia. The organized group, one of the bloodiest crime syndicates in modern U.S. history, collapsed.
So that was it. On that one right there, like I said, that was a short one. That was oh, now listen, we screened, we got Encyclopedia Brown here. We screened the entire thing though. We just checked it out. You know, he didn't change my mind about, you know, what he was trying to present, you know, the way I saw it in the beginning. You know, he is trying to find creative ways to tell the story of Malcolm X. You know, and, you know, I think that's a part of it. Is just that, you know, being that you're trying to tell the story of Malcolm X, right? Let me get this woman off my screen. But so yeah, you know, he's trying to find creative ways to tell the story of Malcolm X, you know what I'm saying? As well as you know, once we got to the end and he started presenting his other films that he's made where he's selling the box set, you know, we could see that, you know, that was also a marketing strategy. You know what I'm saying? Where you know, just saying that, you know, a lot of his, you know, he almost made us into a music group, you know, where like, you know, he's talking about how the science and everything is kind of formulated over these albums, and, you know, the COINTELPRO is following us around, and the main thing they want to know is kind of like what albums the guys is listening to. That's the way he's presenting it on there. But you know, once you start telling our story, and now you start talking about, you know, people who is not even affiliated with us really, but you know, you could put Jay-Z in that story now. You know what I'm saying? So like I was saying earlier, if you're the Brooklyn Nets, if you're the NFL, you know, whoever you are, and you can say, yo, look, I got Jay-Z somewhere in this story, you know, that's gonna sell. You know, so you know, ultimately, you know, it's you know, like I said, what we can do is just look at it just to say that, look, we have to, you know, leave no stone unturned. You know, if there's people with a misunderstanding about us, right, then that must be some work that we got to do. You know, necessarily the people who made that presentation right there, you know, not them, but you know, at this point in time, you know, I think that's kind of what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Is that it's reached a point where, you know, kind of like the Malcolm X movie. Like that was one of the first things that I saw when the Malcolm X movie came out. And then the next week, I saw somebody, they was walking around with a shirt with a big X on it, right? And the X, the colors of it was the American flag. You know, once enough time passes, you know, you can kind of be co-opted into some things that you was totally the opposite of. You know, and I think it's also just indicative in terms of historically, right? When we look at different movements, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Islam, whatever it is, you know, we see that, you know, once it gets started, it comes a certain point where the teachings get infiltrated, you know, and it ends up being grafted into something that's not the same as what the founders, you know, was first dealing with. You know, so that's just the time that we exist in. You know, where you know, some of our brothers ain't here no more. So you got people that make all kinds of claims. You know, I already told you that this is the time of Paul. This is like Paul's time. See, like, look, where I could watch a film strip, right? I could watch this film, and somebody is telling me about people that I know, that I've been to their house, they've been to my house, right? But this guy that never met these people, never had a conversation with these people, is putting words in their mouth. See, that's what I mean when I say that we in the time of Paul, we see it's these stories. So see, now he put this up there, right? Because that same thing happened when Dr. York did his thing. When Dr. York made the book of the 5%, right? A lot of brothers went out and bought it. They didn't already have the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And you got all this on it. Man, you don't want Fard. Listen, did you know Fard got a chrome 38 and a black 38? He got a black 38 and a chrome 38, and he lets that thing go off. And listen, did you know that Fard was watching Jeopardy in the 90s? Fard was watching Jeopardy in the 90s. I'm not sure it was, I'm not, listen, man, some of these, you know, some of these theories here that have been presented, but yeah, he has a program called After Effects. He's good at using the program. He's decent in using the program, but the ideas that he tries to present, you know, just as a filmmaker, his film didn't have good continuity. You know, where you got Lord Jamar in the 60s sitting on the couch with Allah. You got Fard sitting on the couch watching Jeopardy in the 90s. You know, and you got experts like Busta Rhymes telling about what we teach. But yeah, this is the time right now where, you know, all these different people is going to be coming presenting ideas about who we are and what we do. You know what I'm saying? And the people who don't know, you know, you see this knowledge being repeated. See, like, not for nothing, that was one place, right? I'm not saying it's the only place, but that was one place that a lot of people got the idea that Allah's name was Jawas. On the cover of the book, it had that his name was Jawas, and if I recall correctly, that he was born in 1929. I remember his brother, he comes up to me, right? And he's got the book of the 5%, right? And so he's bringing it specifically. That was one that probably looking back, I probably could have handled that more diplomatically. But he comes up to me, he has the book, and he's like, yeah, God, you know what I mean? I got the book, man. You know, I brought it so you can break it down for me and shit. Hey, man, if you don't get this shit the fuck out. What the fuck is wrong with you? Listen, you open this shit up, this shit said 5% Hadith. What the fuck is Hadith? Yeah, you must be at your rabbit ass mind. Hold on. But yeah, if it was today, I probably would have been a little more diplomatic about telling them that this book is not right exact. But when that came up, like I had to be about, I could have been over 19. Tops. Same thing with this. You have certain people, oh, yo, I saw the story. You're going to have people that think they identify with you. And you might be somebody you know, yo, I saw the story, man, about the 5%. Yo, man, Clarence 13X was fly, man. Get the fuck out. See, first of all, you know, if you know me, and you've been hearing me say this stuff for decades, and you go watch a YouTube video and come back telling me you know, that's but yeah, you had a couple of what's his names, man. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, especially for me, I had a big problem. You know, well, I wouldn't say a big problem, but it's like, look, because we had some issues over that book. Like, there's certain areas where they had it, but it was areas where they was not allowed to sell that book. So when I start seeing people with it, it's like, yo, bro, what the fuck are we doing here and shit? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't understand. Especially because, look, you know, at that time, we talking about the heavy hitters was still in their prime, B. The heavy hitters was still in their late 30s, you know, 40s, mid 40s. Like I'm talking about, you know, brothers that, you know, you see them at the rally now, they came, now you see them on the streets. And everything was free. In terms of, you know, you got the lessons, nobody was charging for that. It better not be. And you went to the ciphers, you know, you developed your wisdom and understanding. So when somebody presented the idea, not only did I buy this, but that I buy it from Muslims. Mind you, I have been interacting with them for years already. And in all that time I was interacting with them, they never appeared to have the degree of wisdom to make me think they knew more about the 5% than the 5%. See, that's why that's trying to shortcut. That's trying to do a shortcut where you try to go around the cipher because you don't want to have to quote lessons. So you think you found this other fancy shortcut way over here. I just talked to Grace Malik 2 days ago. I just talked to the guy the other day, right? But yeah. That I have no idea. I think a lot of that book came from people that came through this and went over there. Because a lot of stuff in the book was like kind of like common stuff that you heard amongst new people that had the knowledge. Like for instance, Allah was born in 1929, because one of the big things that was circulating at that time was that the 196,940,000 square miles of the power degree of the 1 in 10 was symbolic of 1969 at the age of 40 when Allah returned to the essence. You know what I'm saying? Well, according to that, but we know that in 1969, he was 41. So what happened is everybody just did the math and backed up 1969 into 1929. You know what I'm saying? The crucial thing is that, anybody that knows the history of the nation, right, knows that 1 year, right, if he's 40 in 1968 and he's 41 in 1969, that was a crucial year. You know what I'm saying? In terms of these teachings, in terms of what was solidified, as a culture, you know what I'm saying? In terms of, the instructions that we was given on how to teach on, a lot of that was given out in that year. So it's kind of important that, we know that he was 41, because that year of history is monumental in our existence. Yeah, the book was trash because, he's still he's using our science, but he's still coming from the perspective of Ansar. So he's trying to explain what he's calling the 5% hadith in religious Muslim terms. So and then, ultimately, and y'all wrong for that, but he's a member of that group, you know what I'm saying, that y'all have been what's the word? Y'all have had to point out that some of their research wasn't 100% accurate. And, you know, some of the information that they gave out was not practical or true. You know what I'm saying? And you know, we had a lot of fantastical claims being made for years about you know, what was the potential powers of original people. You know, can we levitate? You know, can the pineal gland come outside or something? You know, and in terms of those claims, Dr. York might have been at the top of the pyramid when it comes to that. No pun intended. But he, I think he topped the mothership. I would say so. So, you know, like you said, being that a lot of things he was saying was, you know, I thought it was ridiculous. Yeah, it was easy to, you know, just in general, when you know, when you reacted, when you interacted, I mean, with the answers, uh, you know, they basing everything on you know, Dr. York as a holy man. So you know, what he says can defy everything. You know, it can defy science, it can defy history, it can defy logic, because he's magical. See, that's the difference. Like, you know, that's our teaching, is that we ate alike. There's no, you know, person that's over there that's separated from the other people. Like, you remember, there's a video on Infinite's channel where Sila from Medina is talking. He said black dot, black seed, book era. Wait, I gotta use that one. You put black dot, black seed. You talking some black dot, black seed era bullshit. Use that one. Oh, man. Oh, man. Back in the video, man, when CeeLo was talking, and he was talking about how, you know, it was a long story, but he came up to Allah's school, and he said that he was talking to Allah, and it was like some construction or something going on. And he said, Allah, God, let me get over here, man. But that thing hit me in my head, man. I get hurt out here or something. He said, you know, at the time, because, you know, they don't understand fully, right? They're, you know, he's already got shot with an elephant gun and made it. So, you know, Allah cannot die physically, you know, but Allah had to nah, son, just like you just like me. You just got growing to do. You know what I'm saying? If that thing hits me in my head, I'm gonna be out of here. Now, of course, there's people who's just religious in nature. So they can be religious about what phone they have. terms of if you got an Android or you got an iPhone, you know, you have some people that's in religion of it. You know, people got, you know, some people is in the Twitter religion, they're in the Twitter denomination. Some people is in the Facebook denomination. You know, some people don't fuck with social media, they're atheists. You can be religious about all that stuff. These you know, I don't know if yeah, because there's some other films out there, you know, where they speaking about us. You know, for me, it's comedy. Like I said, you know, I've always been intrigued by that. You know, and it's something that, you know, you experience a lot when you teach it, because you constantly interacting with new people that don't have the knowledge, and they think all types of things. But it's the people that, you know, they're not even interested in now. They just making an observation from the outside. They don't know what's going on. So I've had people come up and ask me if all types of stuff is our religion. Like, do we do that as being, is that a part of being a 5%? See, and you got the people, look, you got the people that say, yo, look, they always start in trouble. What they don't tell you is that you're right. Sometimes, you know, it's, look, that's a messed up mentality. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this. But bro, sometimes, man, people gotta know you can fuck shit up, B. Like if listen, man, if shit don't go right, we gonna fuck shit up. All that shit you talking, fuck your shit. I'm just saying that, look, you know, over time, you know, I'm saying the history has borne that out. That, you know, in the 60s, like, you know, yeah, they responded to the people that was talking peace, but one of the reasons they responded is because they knew if they didn't, he's gonna fuck shit up. I guess now I'm kind of talking like Omar Shabazz, though, right? But look, I'm not talking about going to all out war, but look, sometimes, look, your back gets to the wall, there ain't no place else to go. Oh man, boy, Mastermind, did y'all ever hear his teachings? Did you ever see when he made his flag? Like I said, this stuff is interesting to me. You know, he had on his flag, it was two suns. And that was supposed to be symbolic of our sun, right? And by extension, our galaxy was orbiting the Sirius star system. In the orbit, it wasn't centered. So that, like, let's say this represents Sirius, right? And I'm gonna go like this for the rotation. So at one point, our galaxy is right here, and Sirius is right here. But as the rotation happens, we rotate far away like this, right? So far away that the distance from the Sirius system, right, it creates a condition where the colored man can exist because the radiation from Sirius is not hitting the planet, right? But we thrive off that radiation. And so over the next, I recall him saying how many years, right? But over the time, our galaxy is orbiting, is going to the part of the orbit where it's close back to the Sirius system. And as it approaches back to the Sirius system, the amount of radiation is going to destroy the devil, because the devil only could exist because of how far we was from the radiation of the Sirius star system. Now, if you're not eating his diet, right? If you've been consuming the food, the standard American diet, right? Then you white. And you are going to burn up with the colored man unless you eat his diet and bring your melanin back to the level. You know what I asked him? Is Hashim going to turn white too? He asked me, he said, matter of fact, hold up. I left that part out. It takes 600 years to graft the devil. We've been in America for 400 years. So if you keep eating the standard American diet, in 200 years, you'll be white. That was what he was saying. And you know, people kept asking me like, yo, what is he saying that's not right and exact? Like, bro, do you listen to this guy? Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes it's like, yo, a person say peace and then they use a couple of words and then we just let our guard right down. See, like how Encyclopedia Brown is saying with the black dot, black seed era, you know, a person got to just come in and say, yeah, you know, I went to Dr. Jeffrey's class, and yeah, you know, I know Dr. Man, you know, I met James Smalls. You know, once you say this, now people let their guard right down, and you can start talking about the planet Xanu and stuff like that. He said that's his explanation of 30 degrees. No, I didn't catch what he said about it. I didn't catch the 30-degree part. I know about the serious part. That bishop is crazy. Yeah, you're right about that. You know, you run into people, and you know, in this day and time, they think that they 5%, like I said, because they see, and this is what happens from the outside. See, because we all have unique expression, people think this is a free-for-all. See, it's not like, you know, other people, when you're just talking about scholarship, where we all just say the same scholarship and we all quote the same accepted, you know, authors and studies, et cetera, et cetera. So see, when we start manifesting our understanding to them, it's a free-for-all. So anybody can just come in and do anything and say anything, and, you know, as long as you know the day's mathematics or whatever they think you need to know, it's okay. You know, to me, that's just I don't like that. Oh yeah, yeah. Say Peter Brown. He did this. The other part where he talked about he talked about that over here too. But he went on Sinetti's channel talking about the universe. No, there's a black hole that's a womb. I'm not sure how he said. I'm not sure how he said that the stuff gets into the black hole, right? But the black hole, he's saying, is the womb, in that all the everything in existence or whatever comes out of the black hole. The issue with that is that a black hole is actually not a hole. It's a supermassive object. It's a supermassive object, so it has supermassive gravity. So that's what I used to ask him. You know, where'd you get this stuff from? Black seed, black dot. Where'd you, you know what I'm saying? Where'd you get this stuff from? Where'd you get this? And then it was that time when he said that the reason why you like soda, the reason why you like your favorite foods is because they're putting aborted fetuses DNA in the soda. Like he had a list where pretty much everything, every processed food pretty much was on that list. And some that wasn't so processed. And he was saying that the reason why we like it is because we're eating our own babies. He said, how did he show and prove we could be grafted into white? Because we eating the standard American diet. Because if you eat food that's white, like if you eat white rice, you turn white. You know, there was a whole bunch of stuff about carbon, you know, being carbon-based, being ammonia-based, you know. Oh yeah, it's Kate. Yeah, he you know, I'm not you know, the theatrics. And you know what's funny? Before all of that, I used to see him and I used to avoid him. Like I've started doing that a lot recently. Like there's people that come up and like I might say peace and whatever, I don't really talk to them. Because like, see, if we have a conversation, then I might ask you something about knowledge. And you don't know. So, you know, listen, let's not, we don't even need to go through that motion, man. Oh, that come from the Hebrews, Don Bishop? He said, did he prove it? Well, we had some discussion about that, you know, and I had asked some questions. Namely, what about mother's milk? Like he had this, you know, in this theory, all white food was somehow of the devil. I can't remember what his exact definition or explanation was. So, you know, I asked him about some things like coconuts. I've heard other people say that, you know, it's not true, but that nothing white grows in nature. How about that little bit of black dye, black seed era? Black seed era agriculture. What you call that stuff? Horticulture. No horticulture there. Yeah, he wasn't saying sperm. He was saying that aborted fetuses, that somehow they're breaking it down and putting it into the food. Which kind of went along with he had a couple of he had a couple of theories, man. I can't, it's you're never gonna make sense of them. I just remember hearing it, but he had this kind of theory about you shouldn't eat animals, right? Because they have DNA. And because that DNA is foreign to you, it'll mess you up, right? So again, I have questions. I did a little bit of studying on the top. I already read Black Dye, Black Seed. I read some other stuff. So when he said that, I'm like, yeah, but plants have DNA too. You know what I'm saying? So if it's strange DNA, why don't the plant DNA affect this, right? But then, so if you saying that, and this is what I'm saying, we're gonna bring it full circle. We're gonna bring it full circle back to eating the fetuses, right? So if strange DNA messes you up, then by extension, shouldn't we only be eating people? Like you should only be eating your babies because they got your same DNA, according to his theory of why you shouldn't eat meat. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying whether you eat meat or not. I'm saying that was the reason he gave. It was because the animals are strange DNA. What foods do I eat that's white? Coconuts. Yeah. See, listen. And like I said, mother's breast milk is white. You say God placed the Hebrews under the curse of famine and they end up eating their children. And ISUPK confirmed that live on YouTube. It's not for nothing. I don't know how a person can read the Bible and kind of take any morally high ground. They were under the curse of famine and they ended up eating their children. And what was like how they what was what's the justification here? What's the how do they explain this away as being a part of the righteousness of Israel? Or is this all a part of the curse? Like how does that go? Oh yeah, he is. He's from Newark. He's from out there. Look, That was one of the things. You know, when he was out here, it's like, yo, bro, who are you? Say you from Newark. Listen, man, I'm from the time, man. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, you know this guy? Never heard of him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Listen, when that thing happened, son, Elevation and them came and got her. Elevation and them came and said, yo, bro, you in Newark? Come down to the thing, man. We got you, man. You need to know some stuff. We're gonna hook you up. And he actually rejected all that. Yo, boy, I was born everlasting, try to build with him. Like, people actually came and was like, yo, bro, you know what I'm saying? We see that, you know, you trying to do something, but, you know, they try to build with him. They know they tried to save him, but he rejected all of that. Doubled down and came back to the next rally with a fancier cake. That was the time when you saw him in there talking that quantum physics he don't know nothing about. That's what happened. Bro, I had everything locked down for me. Like, I already talked to people because look, see, people don't even know that. There was people, right? Like, look, the next day, right? After the first videos, right? The next day, people call me, yo, how you went up there without us, man? Nah, man, fuck all that, man. You ain't getting all the shine, man. We coming up, we gonna be up there tonight. I'm dead ass, but he's like, nah, Doc, you can't get all that by yourself, man. We down there tonight. You know what I'm saying? So listen, I had to come back up there, save him from them. Yeah, it's good, it's good, guys, it's good. We got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead ass. So see, I had talked to him. I said, listen, guy, you know, look, I don't, whatever the case is, right? But, you know, with all this stuff right here, guy, look, even the devil get a chance to clean himself up. You know, all you have to do, like, look, if a misunderstanding has been created by something you said, then you can simply just point out that that is a misunderstanding. That the way that was manifested, you know what I'm saying, is not the way, you know, or you know, what was manifested is not what I meant. You know, this is what I meant. That's all he had to do, G. God, I had to talk to everybody. He goes up on the stage and says some of the nature, I'm not quoting, but he says some of the nature that you know, through this stuff that he's teaching, right? And like through this stuff that he's teaching and eating his diet, right? That if people do the knowledge to him, that we will produce the Black Messiah. Why you saying pick another name, son? Why you just saying pick another name? Why would you get up there and say the Black Messiah is going to come from you? Are you out your rabbit ass mind? Think about that for a second. You went up in front of the rally, and I mean, you didn't say that, but you suggested that Black Messiah hasn't come yet. Is that what you just said up in front of the rally? See, that's why all those people was outside when we was having that conversation about quantum physics. Because we was all under the impression that Black Messiah has been here since 1964. Like, pick another name, son. Pick another name, son. Say, you know, we could get the Buddha, and that wouldn't have worked. We got Buddha too. You know what I'm saying? Listen, but pick anything besides Black Messiah. Because we was all under the impression that Allah born Black Messiah. That was he said when the cake. Yeah, I'm not connected. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I told a man with the cake. He claimed he was doing all this teaching. You know, well, I told him, look here, man. You from Newark, go down on Prince Street with that cape on, right? If you teach some people and make it out of there, you can never hear no shit from me again. But let me see you go down to Prince Street. You know what I'm saying? Talking that shit you talking with that cape on. See, that's the type of nigga, man, that back in the days, look, the 85s would bring somebody like him over. And you come around here talking that shit, you supposed to be God? Come over here, come over here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, God, yeah. Yeah, he say he got what? We never heard of him. Let me see your ass. Look, go out in Brownsville with that cape on. If you teach some people, I will shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Until then. Yeah, man. Yeah, say Shiva or something. Yeah, something else, man. You see what I'm saying? I watch his videos, the algorithm does that. I've seen several people on other channels who I won't name in the background. Yeah. Well, you know that's what I do. You know, when I see a post that's fucked up, what's more interesting to me than the post is who liked it. Like I told you, that was a part of my experience with social media, right? Like one of the reasons you don't see me on Facebook, if you see me on Instagram, it's something with music or the channel, you know, but just in terms of socializing, because when I came on social media, right, I found out that there was aspects of people, right, and the things they do and what they into that I never knew. I never did. They never said that like that around me, man. You know, and I mean, I was hurt by some of it. You know, I was like disappointed. You know, and that's one of the reasons why I got off, because I'd rather just have that image of you that I know from the rally. You know what I'm saying? You know, the internet. You see some brothers is simping. Which, I mean, that's a small thing, but I'm just saying it's big. It's a kind of insignificant aspect of life, but there's a lot of Something going on. You know what I mean? Dudes with reposts from Kim Kardashian and shit like that. You said Ali Muhammad? Because you know, that was the final thing I knew about him, is that you know, he jumped on the train, which I always kind of saw that as the purpose that he was going on Sinetta. Like, he wanted to elevate his profile. You know what I'm saying? And you know, eventually he got in tune with Ali Muhammad. And a lot of that stuff he was starting to do, he was starting to move into all that sovereign stuff. And you know, he was trying to make money. You know, that's all. I don't know. In fact, you know, I've been having a little boycott of all the channels over there. I was watching Garfield and Sinetta and all of them, and then it was a little controversial. But I was like, see, I feel like y'all playing games with me. You know, it just felt like this is theatrical. Like, this is some build up to the fight. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, build up to some debate or something or whatever. But it's like y'all saying things about each other and then be like, yeah, but no, that's my man, though. That's my man. But then the stuff you're saying, it's like, whoa, bro, this is intergalactic right here. So I was just like, man, let me fall back, man, and watch something else until they finish with this little, whatever is this little, you know, controversy that's going on. So Ali and Jabari did have to debate. That's another thing that I stopped liking, is that they was casting up these debates that was never happening. That's what I'm saying. And I stopped feeling like, man, it's real. Because that's what I'm like, yo. And then the shit I don't like is they keep pulling all these other people into it. And then I'm gonna tell you what it was, man. I think I'd be, you know, I don't yeah, but look, some shit happened, right? Because, you know, the shit was kind of extending from, at least the stuff I was watching, it was kind of extending from what's going on with Polite. So at some point, Sinetta goes on Star's program. And him and Star is talking about how Garfield was a grifter too. That he was scamming people. And my thing is, you know, Sinetta, after a certain period of time, you know, you keep having these stories where people was after somebody that be on your channel and they was scamming and you talked them out of doing it, and then you never say nothing until you get beef with them. So you're trying to justify, you know, whatever by saying, yeah, well, Garfield's a thief too. Yeah, well, why are you just telling us now, bro? Like, after you feel like you can't have it both ways. You can't have, like, if your channel is entertainment, then that's one thing. But you can't say that you know, you're saving us from these religious grifters, right? You saving us from these people who want us to put money in the collection plate, right? But you're feeding us to these Pan-African grifters, Egyptologist grifters, or you understand what I'm saying? You know, not us because I'm not going for it, but I'm just saying that there's people, you know, his platform is not like mine. Where your platform, you're a star maker over there. You know what I'm saying? So I do think a lot of people that, yeah, Rob Boy, he threw you in it. Like, yeah, Rob Boy was going to do something like, bro, why are you bringing this up now? this guy, nobody asked you that. See, I tell you, look, that comes from Malcolm X. No matter what question you ask Malcolm X, he's going to give you another villain to focus on. Hey, Malcolm X, why that happened? Did you know Elijah Muhammad had some kids on his side? Yo, Malcolm, did you pass me potatoes? You know. But yeah, next thing my boys in it. That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, what's going on? So look, I watched this program where he says all this stuff. In the next program, listening to Garfield, he like, yeah, nah, that's my man. Yo, boy, hey, go, hold up, man. Hold up, man. I ain't watching y'all no more, man. I can kind of let that get a chance. But now that you said Jabari and Ali was on there, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna tell you another thing he do too on there. Every week they claim it's Rob Bourne against the Aboriginals. I don't even see Rob Bourne on the goddamn show. The last guy, I don't even know where he came from. I saw you on there debating one guy, and he was like, you know, he must be some kind of renegade or something. And he didn't even have his own. He didn't even have his own information down pat. But I've been told y'all are actually making them better. Like y'all have. What I've noticed now is they've picked up the scientific research method from y'all. They got, I want to say they got scholarship, but they're better at going about things in a scholarly way because of y'all. Like I noticed every time y'all debate them, they go away for about 2 months. And when they come back, they got a little twist on it. Like, yeah, see, the Pan Africans ain't know that stuff. You said Ali called out Rob Bourne to Sarnetta, and then Rob Bourne called in and made I was born. But it was Ali's show, so Sa was kind of biased. I think I might have seen that. I think I might have seen that. Nah, I don't think Mean Gene is actually in no what's the name, even though, you know, he kind of placed himself, you know, when he was talking about some of the stuff with Polite, he kind of placed himself in the know of some things that I wouldn't have did. You know, but I understand his point that as, you know, somebody, you know, Polite, you've been to Polite house, Polite been to your house, right? Y'all go back, and he told you that he didn't do it. So I can see you saying, you know, as, you know, this has been somebody I know for years, but your platform is professional. And you got to separate that. You know what I'm saying? You know, how you feel about it personally and your responsibility to this community that you built of people that look to you for knowledge. You know, whatever it is, you know, you got to be aware of what you're being the source of. Yeah, Mean Gene. You know, I'm not saying that he got to come out and denounce like on his channel, but he does at least need to say that, you know, yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little bit more vetting, you know what I'm saying, of the people that come on the show and shit. You know, which is, I mean, why wouldn't you do that? You know, but you know, my platform is personal. It's only I'm on here. But you know, look, see, just like being here to school, there's people that I don't like, right? And in any other setting, I would never be around. But this is beyond just my personal, you know, platform or life or whatever. So, you know, it's not even a knock to him, you know, it's recognition that you know, but look, I tell you this much. I say the same thing to Infinite about the Law School of Mecca channel. Is that, you know, you got people that sit in their house, they like, yeah, I want to get on the Law School of Mecca channel so I can elevate my you know, whatever status, whatever, you know, like, you know, now I'm more than what's the name with the gods and all that. Oh yeah, you know, yes, I know that we've been calling him Mean Gene over here for a couple years now. He like, you remember Mean Gene Oakland? when he used to be starting shit. Like, yeah, Ric Flair was just up here, so he gonna slam you on your head. You remember Mean Gene Oakland? Where people used to go up there and talk shit about the other wrestler, the Mean Gene, and then the other wrestler would come out the back, they start scrapping right in the interview. That's side nothing, man. Clout is one of the biggest. You know, I ain't think about it like that, but yeah, I guess that is a big thing too. You know, that a lot of people want to be on there. You know what I'm saying? You know, in some ways, I think they, you know, well, I don't know if they're moving backwards, but I will just say that, look, y'all have, look, the Abos, the Hebrews, there's another group in there too, but the Abos and the Hebrews, y'all have made them scholarly. Yeah, they keep out. Yeah, sometimes I don't have nothing to sell. I don't have nothing to sell, so I don't want to go and sign at a show. And plus, I don't want to argue about any of that stuff. Like, bro, look, if you find, right, if you go and you find some bones in Europe that's older than the bones in Kenya or wherever they find them now, right? Then come talk to me. We got something, man. But I'm not going to argue with y'all about whether the original man is from 20 miles over that way or 20 miles over that way. You know, we have found these other bones over here. You got to be over here. See, cultural impact. Yeah, appetites. I'm saying, you like my dude. Like, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's not really, you know, for my thing is, listen, if you got the blueprints, let's go outside and build a pyramid right now. If it's going to do us some good then let's do the incantation and get Rod and Horace out here right now because we need it. You can tell me all about the great things that people did thousands of years ago. Guess what? The Lord come in his own good time, and that was their good time. He did their thing. You know, just the, being right part of it, I don't be getting that from them. You know what I'm saying? But, if there's something there in terms of an example that they provided through their endeavors, then I'll pick up on that. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of how they interacted. But at the end of the day, man, listen, especially in terms of their, philosophies and all of that, you're talking about they guides and all of this stuff like that. Like, yo, bro, if those guys was gonna help us, why they ain't help you? They ain't help you yet. You said they call themselves and address each other as God. Who's that? Who call themselves and address? Well, you got a lot of people doing that now, Not for nothing. Have you noticed the way? And listen, I'm sure there's people that can take shots at us too. But have you noticed the way the brothers that say the black woman is God? Have you noticed the way they treat women? That's always been a little bit. Speaking of that black woman is God too, that was another thing I didn't understand. I couldn't even understand why Sarnetta let that whole thing play out like that with that wisdom, on the waves like that and all that. But that's something else. That's his stuff. I ain't really into it, but it just was bugged out to me. Who's the debate? Y'all still ain't get Dane Calloway back? Because he got some new stuff. I see Dane Calloway's back. But I'll probably check that out tonight. See what's up with Ali Muhammad. What is he on? What is he doing now? Because these people they move around. I first noticed it with Dr. York. When I met them, they were Muslims. The way I recall it, they were Muslims in Brooklyn. And then they went upstate somewhere and they was Hebrews. And then they went to Georgia and became Egyptologists. And then after that, like somewhere all in that time, somewhere they became Moorish. And through Moorish, they was Washita, you know what I'm saying? And I remember right before they left to go to Georgia, one day I was on Jamaica Avenue. And it's like 3 tables, right? And each table had a different incarnation of the ancestors. So you got the guy over here, he's got the white sheet on, right? Now, as Hebrews, I don't remember them wearing the bangles and stuff. You know, so you had him, and then over here you had dudes dressed regular, but they was doing the Hebrew stuff. And then over here you had the Egyptologist guy, you know, and they was all out there with, you know, they respective Dr. York books and everything. And you know, when you look at Sanetta's channel, you kind of see that. It's that one of the reasons they're able to blend in to all different types of arenas is because they learn all that different stuff. The book of the 5%. So see, they can come around and kick a little bit of lingo with almost everybody. Like if you notice, after that, whatever happened, and that broke up in Georgia, those people are all over now. And they, whatever new thing they went into, they blended right in. Hey man, listen, Planet Xenu. They said polite is an advocate of the black woman's God, yet what he is currently accused of, and see how he paraded his so-called wives. I mean, yeah, to me, you know, see, you know, you see stuff in the paper and you don't know what it, you know, you don't know what it's about. Right? But in the paper, the account that I read, right, it said that that account came from him. And you admitted guilt, bro. Like if what you said happened, you know, but like I said, it's in the paper. Maybe the paper, the reporting is bad or whatever, but you know, like I said, we not in the court, but you know, all this talking about DNA and stuff like that, man. Like, listen. He said Ali said he started off 5% and went NOI. Yeah, I remember him saying that. Busta Rhymes, why Busta Rhymes say that no culture came from the wilderness of North America? When he said that. All right, so he's an Islamic Aboriginal Moor now. That's what I'm saying. This stuff morphs. This stuff morphs. He said my physical brother got caught up with Dr. York, yet did a bid when they got into the moral science. And Pharaoh said he started off 5% too. You know what's funny? I've heard a couple people say that they thought he looked familiar. But most of them was saying that they think they know his mother, that maybe he was born in the nation or something. But I don't know. Buster said he was 5% in another interview, and in another video, he's speaking patois, and in another, he giving props to FBA actors, hip hop artists too. I mean, listen. Light is scheduled to enter into a plea deal, meaning he's going to admit some wrongdoing. I mean, look, I don't think he can do that. I mean, he can do it, but I'm just saying, like, because what I mean. At the same time, you know what? For whatever reason, Encyclopedia Brown probably has more insight on that than me because he deals with them more. But for whatever reason, these people seem to get away with a lot. Like the other day, I was on Clubhouse, and there was a whole room dedicated. There was a room they was having where there was people there basically trying to explain away the goings on with Dr. York. So I mean, and I mean, look, I'm saying people, they posted the transcript in the room. If you ever been on Clubhouse, you can put the link up there. They posted the transcript of the plea deal, the plea bargain happened in the court. Omar Johnson. And with a lot of these people, at the end of the day, it's like, look, man, then why don't you make the shit work then? I remember one time, brother was saying that they had put, I think he said they had put Dr. York in solitary, but they wasn't giving her some kind of whatever amenity he's supposed to. Oh, you was in the room that day? In fact, you know what? I think I followed you in there. I think you was in there, and I saw you, and I clicked in there. But what was I saying right before that? I know in general, I was just speaking on how these people, they seem to always be able to come out of this, and still have at least some ability to make money, I guess. You know what I'm saying? You see the video of who's saying they're going to move to Mexico. Yeah, that's it. Look, I saw the video of him pleading guilty too. All the different evidence that was there. Oh, that's what I was going to say. It was one brother that he was saying that they had took away one of the amenities from Dr. York because they saw him in his cell at night levitating. Now, can anybody guess, what I'm thinking? What I'm thinking right now? Is there anybody out there that can guess what I'm thinking when he says that Dr. York was in his room levitating? So why these people are getting away with it is because they now have the complexion for the protection, and the complexion is not phenotype anymore. It's a financial status, polite move, and 10%. Well, I will say this. That might have still been the 80s. One day, whatever we was talking about, they said, yeah, Allah said it was going to come a day when people was going to worship money as a god. and that is a marked difference. You know what I'm saying? Where not everybody. There were people that had money. Elijah was making money, but a lot of the people, they had sincerity. They didn't have a lot of money. The people who was the leaders. You know what I'm saying? The Malcolm X's and the Martin Luther Kings and the Medgar Evers. These people didn't have money. You know what I'm saying? But it was their ideas and their sincerity that, and them living it out that made people go with them. Where as opposed to now, whoever gets on Instagram with a money phone stack is gonna get followers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, Rabor knows what I'm saying. That if you can levitate, why don't you go to the yard in the morning? Listen, when they come to cut themselves, go out in the yard, levitate your ass over the wall. What are we waiting on? If you can levitate, motherfucker. And you see they come. Wreck. You go to wreck, they'll go to wreck. You levitate right on the wall, man. And look, motherfucker shooting at you, bend that barrel right backwards. Gotta figure that out. Why did he levitate out of here yet? Hey, man. I guess it's one of the things that don't work like that. Who's selling black cards? What you mean? He got like the prepaid credit cards or something? I mean, I'm telling you though, stuff like that is gonna start increasing. Because, as times get harder and harder, everybody's looking for that home run shot. And so, these people that come on and promise the world is going to be getting more and more attention. See, study your lessons, eat the right foods, do some good shit in your community. That's not sexy. See, eat this food right here, and your third eye will start blinking. People will be able to see your third eye blink right on your forehead. That's sexy. Meditate on your perineum. Meditate on your perineum, and then you can ride a magic carpet. who knows, man? But you know, I don't you know, and I'm gonna tell you another thing that's in that too, and he doesn't tap into that so much as other people like Umar Johnson and Tariq Nasheed, you know, where they tap into people's anger. It get people very emotional about the stuff they saying, and you know, all of these different things just seem to make the people guard come down to where, you know, some of this stuff, like you be hearing people saying, like, yo, they sent these people $30,000. You know, like some of these people's stories, I heard people saying, yo, they parent passed away and they got an inheritance and they gave the whole thing to Polite. Like, I don't know, you know, if their story is meritorious or not, but like, I don't think Jeff Bezos would just give you $30,000, you know, and that's chump change then. You spend that taking the helicopter from here to Brooklyn. I see what you're saying. People get spending money with him and getting mad when they don't get what he claims it is. But it's not just that. It's the, you know, at least from the standpoint of a New Yorker, right? Someone's got to pull the wool over your eyes. Like, what is it that, you know, like, you know, there's some things that sound like a scam. See, even in hustling, you don't get something for nothing. I mean, maybe that's what it is. Is that, look, I know the 3 card Molly motherfucker. Shell game. Listen, I know the brothers. I know the sleight of hand people. And, you know, one thing they told me about, you know, because they had all types of cons. One thing they said is that you can't con an honest person. And what that means is that, you know, the object, you know, I know the game is to be sold, not told. Sorry, grifters, but I gotta, we having a conversation here. The object, right, is to make the Vic think that they're smarter than you. And that whatever this transaction is happening, they're about to get more off of this deal than you think you were giving them. Like, this transaction, the reason they go for it is because they're under the impression that they're smarter than you and you're making a stupid move that they're going to get paid for. And then they realize that it's just a brick in the box. See? But you have to have some larceny, because what else made you put your money up? So see what I'm saying? It's not that these people is larcenists and that they trying to steal or do something negative. But you are trying to skip steps. Said, catch the brother 125th Street to the interwebs, consciously bringing the hustle to the masses. Exactly. 3-card Monty shell game. Hey, listen, man. But yeah, that's yeah, right. Con stands for confidence. Yeah, you gain the person confidence, but really you cause the person to have a false confidence in themselves. Like, here's a good example of a con game. I don't know if they still do this old school, right? Where the person say they at a bank or a check cashing place, right? And they pretend to be an immigrant, a newly arrived immigrant, barely speaks English, right? And so they go up to the person, right, who's the victim, and they say, yo, I need a favor, right? I left my luggage at the airport, right? And I need to go back and get it, but I'm a little bit scared. I don't want to get robbed. I saw some dangerous people over there. So I need somebody to hold my money for me. Now, see, the honest person is going to say, yo, look, bro, I don't know what I got something that I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know you. I'm not meeting you anywhere with this money. You're not coming to my house to pick it up. You see, the grifter is like, oh, you want me to hold your money? How much money you talking about? You know what I'm saying? And now the scam can proceed once, however they end up doing the actual move where they separate you from your money, right? Is different ways. One of them is, okay, but look, let's keep our money together. Like, let's put your money in this envelope, I'll put my money in the envelope, and then we're gonna seal it, right? And then you hold it, and I'm gonna go. But all you got in that envelope that you just put in your pocket is newspaper. So what I'm saying is that this, magical ideas that, the white man's the devil, they doing all this, they doing all that. And then you got that shit so built up that you looking for some miracle way to overcome the obstacles. Then in walks these guys, we can't be scammers because we're exposing the church, and we're exposing, these other people that's doing whatever and collecting this money. That's them. So, I think that's another thing that, and I'm saying that I'm talking about the greater picture, with the economy and everything. As people get more and more desperate, the opportunities for these kind of people, because look, it's not just, we're concerned with our world. But you look at YouTube and look, it's Asian people on there, white people on there, and look, they all scamming. And if you have that mindset off of the jump, that look, everything is not Facebook, bro. You understand what I mean? Like, yeah, you got things like Facebook where people invested, and then 6 months later, a year later, whatever, you have billions of dollars when they did the IPO. It happens. But somebody coming to tell you that they got a system to make that happen is bullshitting you. Listen. That's like somebody telling you they got a system and you gonna commit crime and you ain't going to jail. Now listen, there may be a couple people pull that off. Lifetime of crime, never got locked up. There may be some people that pulled some outstanding crimes and got away with it, but somebody tells you that they have a system where you going to just do crime and never go to jail. That's a scam. And I've seen people fall for that scam. I've seen people fall for that. No, the way we doing now, we gonna get caught. No, we got locked down, bro. We keep the money over there and the guns over there. They see, is that you moving the drugs and the guns over there, this picture? Is this you with defendant number 2? But people can learn to overcome these things. Right now, Bishop said I work at JFK, so I've been saw that hustle played out from holding money to getting PPI, personal protective information. Yeah. But the person has to have a touch of larceny. You're trying to shortcut somehow. A lot of these people, they preying on people that's still religious too. Like they listen to the conscious community and all, but they still have that religion in them. And so these people look like saviors. There's certain people that they just trying to make it through the pearly gates, man, as soon as possible. Like, they're not trying to commit suicide and be dead, but they trying to get to just paradise as soon as possible. Whether that's the paradise, that Yaqub promised his people, the paradise that the Christian church promised their people, the high-end self, whatever it is, they try to get to it now. If it's the paradise that Creflo Dollar in them is promising, whatever it is. And so, these type of ideas that we have, we're like, you're gonna have to work. Like, we're gonna have to all get together, right? Use our mind power and our physical power to do some things that work for us and not for everybody else. See, even with this thing that we looked at, the fire alarm, that's one of the differences. Our method of doing things is each one teach one. How did you say back in the day? Each one reach one and teach one. Our idea is not that we're going to go to the UN and give a miraculous speech and then the oppressors want to take his foot off people now. But these kind of ideas, like, look, I have a paper, I got a paper that I can show the white man and he'll stop oppressing you. These is the type of ideas people fall for when you really haven't changed your mindset. You just transfer everything over. Like, see, that's one of the big things that Encyclopedia Brown, Garfield, all of them, they be saying about the Egyptologists. Shout out to them not coming at nobody, but just saying that when they go back and forth, they saying that, bro, basically, you just transferred all your Christianity onto these Egyptian icons. This is why not everyone can be a 5%, because no matter how much one has accomplished, if one's own accountability isn't held in high regards and they describe to the God above, 5% ain't for you. Yeah, and uh, that's to me, that's the main thing that people that you don't get over that 6 right there. Because the reality of self is not enough. And so, like you said, all the people you just named, they started out with the 5%, but see, the reality of self is not enough. You see what I mean? Like, when the people first start coming, I'm sure y'all all been there. You know what I'm saying? When you first get in the knowledge, and people say, yeah, you God, but that's little G. How could you be Allah? How did you make the butterflies? You all been there with it. Hey, look, when I heard they told the sheriff guy, look, if you God, walk through the wall. I was like, oh, this been going on. I'm not the only one. You see, if you haven't changed your mindset over it, you won't be able to teach them that all of that is a part of the indoctrination that you got. The idea that there's nothing you can do about your condition or situation, so just wait until you die, and then you'll get everything you're supposed to get now. See, all this here that we doing, this is the ordained shit. Like, we don't want to enslave you. But look right here in the Bible, man. We can't just let you be heathens. See, that's what it is. When a person starts looking out there and not realizing that all that is in here. This ain't enough. It's got to be something else, man. I got to read the Buddhist books. I've got to read the Taoist books. I got to read the Quran. The reality is, if any of that stuff exists, it's not in those books. If any of that stuff exists, we on our own right now. Just like, back in the day, I grew up like that. Generally speaking, if I'm hungry, my old earth is going to cook. But sometimes she's not here right now. We're on our own, bro. And so whatever's the case is going on, look, we have to at least, if you believe in God, you have to at least make the admission that he's been asleep at the wheel for a couple thousand years. All of these mystery gods, right, fail their people every single time. Meaning those Egyptian gods didn't do nothing when the Romans came. They didn't do nothing when the Greeks came. See, the law of the Quran, he didn't do nothing for the Ottoman Empire. He didn't do nothing for Iraq. He didn't do nothing for Libya. The Christian guys, they didn't do nothing for Constantinople when the Ottomans came. The God of the river and the God of the mountains didn't do nothing for the Indians when the Europeans came. They failed them every time. So what I'm saying is that if it do exist, it's not something that we can depend on. You still down to arm, leg, arm, supreme head to make your survival right now. To build whatever structure, you know what I'm saying, for your family, your children, whatever like that, you on your own for that. Every rough situation you see, from homeless people in the shelter, people in jail, people in hospital, they all got a fucking Bible. They ain't getting them out of there. To see, I'm satisfied with the reality of self. That look, if a lightning bolt don't strike a white motherfucker down in my lifetime, I'm good. This is what I did right here. I let some people know about the examples and the experiences that I had so they could grow from them, you know what I'm saying, and keep the ball rolling. When we get a mass of people that have the mindset, then you can do something with that. It don't matter who it is, in America, the people, they was British. But in order for them to develop that mindset that, no, we're going to be America, we're going to do our own thing. They having all these meetings, Philadelphia, Boston, you understand what I'm saying? New York. Putting their plans together. So see, that is the reality of self. When you saying that, look, whatever's going to be done, I'm going to just do it. Whatever this obstacle is, right? I got arm, leg, arm, supreme head, right? Blood pumping through me and air coming in my lungs, then I can handle it. But when the reality of self is not enough, you see people praying for things that, bro, pray with. That's not even that serious. So people become dogmatic seekers. For some people, it's the thrill of the seeking. They can never be satisfied, with, finding the truth because it's the dogmatic seeking. Down, Bishop. You stop, man. Speaking of knowledge born, I wonder if he called. I gotta check that. But getting back to what I was saying, that's why these people, if you notice, the dogmatic seeker, he has like a consciousness resume or something. They use Dr. York, use Moorish, NOI, the Hebrew Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're right. Almost like they chasing God. Don Bishop, the helping hand is always at the end of your arm. See, that's when you realize when the reality of yourself is enough. See, even look like y'all was talking about that clout. That whole, the whole the commercial, marketing and promotion and all of that they do, that's at the heart of it. The reality of yourself is not enough. But at any rate, we had this has been it's been real. We had a couple of presentations here today. I guess most people probably been here, but we finished up the fire alarm, the Clarence 13X story from Omar Shabazz. His channel is Shabazz Productions, the Shabazz Production. And he had 4 hours and 17 minutes. So be prepared if you're going to look at it on your own. And then last, we looked at an excerpt from a video called A Muslim Mob. What is this? Trying to get the Plain Sight. Plain Sight Productions is the producer of that video, and both of them, like it was interesting, a little bit of inaccurate information, but look, people's free to give their perspective on how they see things, and these two individuals included some excerpts about the line is 5%, and we decided to screen these, check them out here. I gave some commentary on some things that, is inaccurate in terms of what, I've been exposed to as a 5%. You know what I'm saying? Some of these things is, spoken about, there's interaction between two people. So sometimes it depends on which one of those two people you hear about the event from is a perspective. You understand what I'm saying? So, he's, of course, he said that he used Wakil's book for his source. So, right then, absolutely, I'm going to tell you that me and him is not going to agree on everything. But there's that. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, my take on all of these things is that, because of the magnetic that we produced, people want to, use a lot of us as storytelling devices. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, you already know that X amount of people is interested. If you start saying that, I'm going to give you a documentary about the guy that started the thing that Wu-Tang came from. Or you remember when Jay-Z had that pendant on? I'm going to give you a documentary. You understand what I'm saying? He said, what's up with all more fame? All more fame? I don't know who that is. And like I said, other than that, it's just one of those things where we've reached that time in the history of a group where, enough time has passed where, people who wasn't around is kind of being these are the people that want to manifest the information. I refer to it as the time of Paul, but it's the Paul era. We have the black seed era. We're in the Paul era. We have people who never even knew these people, feel as though they can put words in their mouth, understand what their mindset is, et cetera, et cetera. And, in this time, we got to, be just precise and living it out. You got to be precise in the example of it, because, as we can see right here, there's a number of these videos, articles, books, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? So, it's one of those things where, if somebody tells you that your left hand is on fire, would you have to look? I think, some people might just on an impulse, you might look, but I mean, a person is not going to be able to convince you that your hand is on fire because, all 5 of your senses, right, are observing that this is not true. And so I said that to say that, when we living things out precisely, then everybody can look at that and say it's not true. But you would have to show me something different. And right now, if you say Kentucky Fried Chicken is selling McDonald's quarter pounder with cheese, see, Kentucky Fried Chicken, they have enough locations, right? They selling to enough customers where people already know that's not what they do. So when people say, what's going on with the 5%, you know, whatever, you know, these documentaries, a person should be able to use you as a measuring stick if they in your vicinity to say, yeah, now I know 5%, it ain't like that. But see, if we not out there, then we're that mystery God. And people can tell all these mysterious stories about us now. So, you know, at the end, you know, rather you know, I don't get emotional about stuff like that, you know, but rather you upset about, you know, some of the things he said or these things being out here, right? That's our solution. That's our choice. You see, from day one, you know, there's naysayers. Before Allah even said something to the first young, there was naysayers. But in this day and time, it's nothing that you can say. Just like, look, just like I said with cavemen. If you go somewhere and teach people with that cape on, then I'll shut up. There's nothing you can say. The proof and the truth has been manifested. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, that's the lesson that I take from this. You know, the highlight of this for me was that he had that very good picture of Prince of Love from the 90s. You know, actually, there was a couple of, that was a good picture of quite a few people from the 90s. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, other than that, you know, we still getting our swings in. But we're about to sign out right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody do the each one, teach one. Hit the like button on your way out. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, more than likely, we probably down for now until next week. Maybe we might try to spark up the city sciences. You know, we haven't been over there in quite a while. You know, we'll see what's going on. But in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna say peace. And if no other time, catch y'all next week.